Good morning, everyone. This is Sedgwick County Commission Board meeting, and I'm glad you're with us this morning. I'd like to say welcome to all the members of the audience that are here today, and just say we've got an exciting meeting planned. I also want to say welcome to those watching by way of TV. It's being broadcast, of course, on KPTS Channel 8 and rebroadcast a couple times during the week. And then we also have people watching later on by YouTube. We do put these on our YouTube channel, so please look at that as well. I sure hope that everyone has time to watch these meetings at some point. It's very interesting and I think valuable way to spend some time. Anyway, I just want to say welcome and thank you for being here. And I'd like to ask Madam Clerk for the first item, please.
Invocation to be led by Pastor Daniel Circle, First Salem Church. Please remain standing for the flag salute.
If you'll join me in prayer, please. Heavenly Father, today as I stand here before these county commissioners to offer an invocation, I'm grieved, and as a community we should be grieved. Grieved because 151 years after slavery was abolished, we're still dealing with racial issues. Grieved because 53 years after Dr. Martin Luther King told us he had a dream that all men were created equal and that a man should be judged on the content of his character and not the color of his skin, we still sit in judgment. Grieved because within the last 7 days, 7 men have died in our nation because of the color of their skin. Lord, today, as this board addresses the many issues that it collectively faces, remind them that each person who lives in our county, regardless of race, creed, or national origin, is a citizen of our community, people that were created in your image, Lord. In the scriptures you've said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you've established these very authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, I pray this assembled county board. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives, and joy in their task. Allow them to make wise decisions that benefit us as a community. Grant them clarity of purpose and wisdom to make the hard choices. Bless them as they work in the work that they accomplish, the task placed before them. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Circle. All right. I'd like to, at this time, go ahead and call the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners meeting to order for the date of Wednesday, July the 13th, 2016. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Roll call. Commissioner Unruh.
Present.
Commissioner Norton.
Present.
Commissioner Peterjohn.
Present.
Commissioner Ransaw.
Present.
Chairman Howell.
Present. Next item, please.
Public information announcements.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kate Flavin, Interim Public Information Officer. I have 2 things for you this morning. The first is an update on our bulky waste project that is going on right now. So if Susan Erlenwine would come and speak to you on that.
Good morning, Commissioners. Susan Erlenwine, Director of Environmental Resources. Many homes out there may have items sitting around that they can't fit into the trash can. Could be an old TV, chair, table, countertop or sink from a project that just sits around and they don't know what to do with it, how to properly get rid of it. We have help for them, and it's a bulky waste coupon that the county is offering that the citizen can pick up. It's limited to 1 per household, and it's good for up to 1,000 pounds of material for free disposal at either of the transfer stations. Now, there's information on the bottom of this that says where the transfer stations are located and their hours of operation. And there's one located north. Waste Connections is at 37th Street, just west of West Street. There's also one located south, Waste Disposals, at the corner of 55th Street South and Hoover. So we appreciate people who have a problem. We're trying to help them to clean up their yard or the house to get rid of the material. Now, you can get this off of the Sedgwick County website. You can go to sedgwickcounty.org. On the main page, there's a banner across the top that changes information. One of those is on the bulky waste coupon. You can click on that and it takes you to the environmental resources page. Or you can call 660-9110 and a person will take your name and address for the information. Whether you do it on the web or by phone, the coupon will be mailed to you because we are limiting it to one per household to make sure everyone has a chance who needs one to get one of these. The only restrictions on this, again, is up to 1,000 pounds, so put your bulky waste in there and any small items that can fit also. Borrow your neighbor's truck or the trailer to get it to the transfer stations. It's good through October 26th, so you have plenty of time to utilize the coupon, make arrangements to do that. So anything over 1,000 pounds, you would be responsible for the charge. Also, the transfer stations will not take appliances with refrigerant, that's refrigerators or air conditioners. They will not take tires and car batteries, so those cannot go on this. And of course, any hazardous waste we recommend that you take to our household hazardous waste facility at 801 Stillwell. So I encourage anyone who has bulky materials, they want to get rid of it, here's your opportunity to do it for free. Just go to this, again, sedgwickcounty.org website or call 660-9110. I appreciate your opportunity to mention this, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, thank you, Director Erlen Wine. That's a great program, and glad to keep the community clean. So I hope people take advantage of this, get the message out, and so appreciate you presenting that this morning. Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions before we go on to the next thing? All right. Seeing none.
Okay, thank
you, Director.
And one last thing, Commissioners, we have a new Sedgwick County app, which is live and ready for download on your mobile phone. And to show the ease of use, I've got a small video here to share as well.
Looking for news and information in Sedgwick County? There's an app for that. Download the Sedgwick County app. Inside, you'll have access to our Facebook and Twitter streams. Get notifications from the county. Search for jobs. Look at our website. Watch videos. Leave your ideas or opinions. Get weather and emergency updates. Report storm damage. Build an emergency kit. Download the Sedgwick County app for Android or Apple. You'll find it in the App Store or the Play Store.
And with that, we are ready for your meeting.
I wanted to say I've already downloaded the app. I've been using it so far, and I really like it. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. I hope that everyone does download that app and give us good feedback on the ways we can improve it. So I'm excited about that. Thank you for the information.
Yep.
All right. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Public agenda.
Do we have anybody here this morning who signed up to speak to the commission about general comments? Anything you wanted to bring up today? I don't think we have anybody signed up to speak, but we do, of course, allow public comment on business items as they come up on the agenda. So if you have an opinion about something we're going to be talking about today, certainly I'd be thinking about that, and I'll ask audience for your opportunity to speak on those items as they come up. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, regular meeting minutes of June 8th, 2016.
Commissioners, what's the will of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes for the regular meeting of June 8, 2016, as well as a special meeting of June 13, 2016.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Unruh?
Aye.
Commissioner Norton?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterjohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Ransall?
Aye.
Chairman Howell?
Aye. Okay, so at this time, we do have a need to consider an off-agenda item, and I'll explain some details about that in just a moment. I would like to make a motion that we would insert an off-agenda item now at this point in our agenda. It's the I'm not sure you can give the title of this or not, but it's the approval of a controlled access agreement between Sedgwick County and Doc's Friends for the closure of certain county roadways for the purpose of hosting Doc's first flight on or about July 17th. So I make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Peterjohn?
Well, just for full disclosure, I've had the opportunity about a year ago, a friend of mine, Dave Esslinger, was kind enough, he's been part of the volunteer group working on DOC, which is the B-29 Super Fortress restoration project, and he was kind enough to provide a tour for myself and my children as they were reworking this aircraft. So I do plan to be supportive of this motion today, but in terms of disclosure, I wanted to get it on the record that I have been in DOC in its restored form and look forward to seeing its first flight in the 21st century. Thank you.
Well, we're just amending the agenda now. We'll probably have some robust discussion here in just a minute as well. So with that, we have a motion and a second, and seeing no other discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Unruh?
Aye.
Commissioner Norton?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterjohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Ransall?
Aye.
Chairman Howell?
Aye.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Misha Jacob Warren, Assistant County Counselor. So I'm normally before you giving you all of the nitty-gritty kind of boring details of contracts. I hate to tell you that I'm here for that same reason today, but at least it's for something very exciting. As Commissioner Peterjohn said, this is a controlled access agreement between Sedgwick County and Doc's Friends Incorporated. They are the group that has been working tirelessly to get the B-29 Superfortress restored and off the ground, and it appears that we are ready for launch, I suppose, as they would say. At this time, Doc's Friends has scheduled that first flight for this Sunday, July 17th. That is contingent upon weather. So the agreement that you have before you is very standard terms and conditions that the county always enters into when we do a controlled access agreement. The sheriff has been part of this process from the very beginning, so they will know when to close off the street. The street that in question today is 47th Street between Oliver and Woodlawn, out by the Air Force Base. Doc is scheduled to take flight from McConnell Air Force Base's non-joint use runway. So we have that scheduled as a closure. The sheriff will also be there for crowd control to properly block off the streets to make sure everyone has a proper viewing spot and is also safe in the process. Because Doc's first flight is contingent upon weather, we wrote this so that we can use the controlled access agreement anytime between now and August 31st. So just in case Sunday's flight doesn't go as planned due to weather, we've just asked for 72 hours notice so that we can make sure that we have all people in place for that. But other than that, it's a very standard agreement for us, and the recommendation is that you approve and authorize the chairman to sign. I can answer any questions if you have them.
Well, thank you for the information. And let me just say the reason this is an off-agenda item is because it is a dynamic topic. I would say a week ago we did not even know this was going to happen. So we released our agenda about a week in advance of our meetings, and of course this came up very quickly and we needed to respond. We want to be supportive of the program, and of course this is a secure airfield. You know, this is McConnell Air Force Base. They don't necessarily want to have 10,000 people come onto their property, and of course the old Boeing facility is still a secure area as well, and so it's important that we manage the interest in this in other ways. And so the idea of allowing people on, pedestrians if you will, or people to walk onto 47th Street to get a good vantage point to see this wonderful airplane take off is going to be the best way to handle this. And I understand there's going to be some public information from people involved in the program and exactly where people can park and that type of thing.
Absolutely. You can, if you just Google Doc's Friends, it will take you to their website, and it has links for you to determine where you can park, where you can stand, and even an option to be notified as updates become available in the next few days.
And as I talked to some folks about this, I mean, if everything goes perfectly, if the airplane does exactly what it needs to do and the weather is cooperative, their hope is to take off early Sunday morning, and I'm guessing sometime around 7:30. So
yes,
the people might be out there when the sun's coming up. So there'll be some off-duty police officers handling the folks, make sure they can go the right places and not go the wrong places and things like that. It's obviously very exciting for our community early in the morning because the air is heavy. I'm a flight test guy. I like this kind of stuff. Air is heavier as it's cooler, so it is easier for the airplane to take off at lower speeds early in the morning. And so that's best for the airplane. And with that, they're expecting potentially up to 10,000 people, I've heard.
That's correct.
So this is going to be a huge event for this community.
That's correct.
And closing that road is the best way to handle this. And so giving them latitude on exactly how to close that and some grace exactly when they close it and when they open it is what this contract provides.
Right.
And I'd agree with Commissioner Peterjohn. It's a fantastic airplane. If you haven't seen it, I encourage everyone to come out and take a look at that. There's been folks in our community that have volunteered thousands of hours of their personal time to make this possible. This is an incredible historic event for our community. So I hope the people take advantage of the opportunity, and it's going to be huge news over the weekend, so I'm looking forward to that. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? All right. Seeing none, we have I would make a motion that we approve this contract, the approval of the controlled access agreement between Sedgwick County and Docs Friends Incorporated for the closure of certain county roadways for the purpose of hosting Doc's first flight on or about July 17, 2016.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? What we should have asked is does anybody from the community want to speak to this agenda item before we vote? All right. Seeing no other interest in speaking, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Please call the vote.
Commissioner Unruh?
Aye.
Commissioner Norton?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterjohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Ranzau?
Aye.
Chairman Howell?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
New business, item C, presentation of the county manager's 2017 recommended budget.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Mike Scholes, County Manager. It's an awesome day and a privilege to be the County Manager. So this is my first budget development cycle, but it has been a real opportunity for me to immerse myself in county business and understand how we do things. So the last 9 months, I've spent a lot of time on the ground, walking the halls. So really this budget is a reflection of that. But I discovered an organization that's filled with employees and dedicated public servants. My conversations with them and with you quickly led to me realizing several things which I outlined to you in a 90-day letter. Several other things I'll cover now just to remind everybody, but first, a new strategic plan I think is critical to our future success, and we are currently, had just kicked off this week with Marv's help, the process of creating a new strategic plan, which I think will be really a tremendous thing for us to do and also affect our budget in future years. Transforming the organizational structure in order to decrease the county manager's span of control and improve information flow to the citizens we serve. And we are in the midst of doing that. And by next week, we should announce all the department heads, an executive team that will take us into the future with that organizational change. Again, that's aligned with the budget. Each department is aligned with a tier of service with an executive at the helm to be that head, to be that authority and responsible agent to make sure that they are taking care of that department's needs. Budget development must be accomplished with adherence to guiding principles, many that you have given us, but those being focused on core services, reduce government funding of services that can be provided by non-governmental entities, reduce county debt, and maintain the property tax rate at the 2010 level. We must communicate also effectively, both internally and externally, the value of all services, programs, and decisions to our citizens. And this we really started at the beginning of this year, and that is also reflected in our new organizational structure. Our employees must be accountable to the citizens they serve. Talent management requires that employees be given clear, measurable goals and be rewarded when they exceed them. We've gone a long way this year of developing new ways to recognize our employees. We've developed a quarterly service recognition awards program that has gone a long way to really identifying those public servants, not only for their service time in years, but also for acts, retirements, etc. But my 2017 budget has been prepared with these realizations in mind, with recognition of the goals established by you, the Board of County Commissioners, but also through a priority-based budgetary process. For me, fund the budget with no more property tax that can be provided with a tax rate of 29.359 mils, which again reflects that 2010 rate. Reduce the amount of outstanding county debt and fund future capital projects solely with cash and funding provided by other jurisdictions. Incur no deficits other than as needed to fund capital projects or to reduce special revenue fund balances to targeted levels. Also incur no substantial reduction of services. A tall order, but ones, especially in talking to each commissioner, I took to heart and is reflected in this budget. In addition to these goals, I had my own goals based off the workshops and again, walking the halls and speaking to all the department and division heads. At the start of the budget development cycle, based off of those talks, I set 3 objectives. The first being continue to focus attention and resources on Tier 1 services that constitute the core activities of county government. Demand for these services have greatly increased over the years. Examples of that: community expectations on body cameras be used by law enforcement, add substantial amount of evidence to be evaluated by DA, requiring personnel and infrastructure. Voting machines and fire district radios are nearing the end of life. 911 calls have increased 29% since 2010. EMS responses have increased 37% since 2008, an astounding number. 2, reduce government funding of services that can be provided by non-governmental organizations. And 3, take care of our county workers. This is something that I've taken particular attention to and have provided in this budget. Some examples of that: since 2010, the number of authorized county staffing has decreased by 7% to 2,954. But because of the stresses of increased workloads, employees are leaving county government in increasing numbers, so the real workforce reduction is even greater. I saw yesterday that even with our new hires within the first year, 80% of them leave the county. In 2016, 14% of Sedgwick County workers voluntarily left the county, while at a comparable jurisdiction, Johnson County, found their average rate of voluntary vacancies was less than 9%. The Evergreen Comp and Class study that was completed in 2014 demonstrated that on average, county workers were paid nearly 7% below market. We responded by increasing our worker pay an average of 3.35%, but since the market has continued to increase at a rate that has exceeded our pay adjustment pools. As a result, county jobs are increasingly difficult to fill, and this is especially true of certain key jobs such as detention deputies. Pay compression is the serious issue, and it's something that I've addressed in this budget. Our Human Resources Director, and we held a workshop on this, provided extensive research highlighting this issue. She found on average, she found that it takes an average employee 23 years to get the maximum pay grade, when the average length of time for a market employee would be 14 years. This is the result of market rate for a given job outpacing the increases historically given by this organization. The result was further exacerbated, not intended, but by the further exacerbated by the Evergreen implementation. But I believe we have found a resolution to this in this budget. But despite challenges and tight budgets, employees have performed in innovative and efficient ways. Examples are elections began attending naturalization ceremonies, allowing staff to register new citizens more quickly by having all required documentation with them. EMSS worked with primary providers for high call volume patients. This new protocol reduced the transport rate and reduced staff time. The ambulance remount program saves $60,000 per remount, 4 per year, totaling $240,000 annually. Consolidating the housing program with the Department of Aging decreased staffing requirements and saved $159,000. EMS billing was consolidated into ComCare, saving the county an estimated 3%, or approximately $300,000 annually. ComCare began providing walk-in therapy, reducing no-show rates by 13%, while increasing service revenue by 45%. $1,000 annually. I can go on, and even this year we have more efficiencies. Just last month, Department of Corrections, and even you voted on the restructure of their admin section, decreasing by 5, saving an estimated of $270,000 annually. These are only a few. We have a lot more, but never underestimate a public servant's heart. Commissioners, I am pleased to recommend the 2017 budget of $424,156,742 that was produced through a priority-based process that achieves the Commission's goals and fulfills my stated objectives. This budget is 2.4% more than the revised 2016 budget, but that total rate of increase masks a recommended reallocation of resources to Tier 1 services from Tier 2 and Tier 3 programs. My recommended 2017 budget will increase Tier 1 services, principally public safety, by 5%, while decreasing Tier 2 services, which is principally general administrative and internal support agencies, by just 0.8%, and decreasing Tier 3 services, those which are discretionary, by only 3.6%. In my career, I've learned to never underestimate the return of investment of a public servant's heart. We have dedicated employees delivering quality services to our citizens, and I believe that this budget will help the organization to continue to provide these services effectively. Now, Chris Konis will present you with more details on this budget, and after his presentation, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Chris Kronis, your Chief Financial Officer, and I'm very happy to be here today to share with you some of the details in this budget. You have each received a copy of the budget book, which looks like this, about 785 pages. Lots of detail about the county's financial plan for the next year. It identifies what we want to accomplish, how we want to allocate our resources, how much money we want to take from our citizens to pay for those services, and lots more about the county. The budget will be posted on the county's website immediately following this meeting for anybody who cares to look at it. In addition, if anybody wants a hard copy, they can call our office at 660-7130, and we'll be happy to provide a copy to them. The budget is put together with a lot of effort by a lot of people. And so I want to begin this by thanking the people who have been principally involved in the assembly and evaluation of this budget. First, our budget staff. We have budget analysts, Lorian Showalter-Airy, Cammie Carlston, Carly Sanchez, and Brandon Mills. They are in the room except for Cammie, who for some reason felt that the delivery of her child was more important than her presence in this meeting. And so she has chosen not to be present, but I think I can understand that. The Corporate Communications and Public Information Office, Kate Flavin, Tony Giuliano, and Jill Tinsley, who, as you know, has moved on from the organization, but was a key part of this until she left just a few weeks ago. We had technical assistance from the ERP staff, including Brett Hutchinson and Chris Duncan, and from the Information Technology Application staff, Mike Fanning and Matt Hare. And without their assistance, the technology simply wouldn't have worked, and we would have been unable to assemble this document. And finally, the print shop and website development staff have been integral in making this document available to you and the public. And those people include David Adams, Rick Riggs, Aaron Childress, and Tanya Reapy. And I am extremely grateful to all of them for their good efforts in putting this budget together. As I've said many times, I don't do any real work around here. The real work is done by others. The people that I've just named are those others, and in this exercise, they have been guided by our budget director, Lindsay Poe-Rousseau, who has done just an outstanding job of guiding the development of this process. She has had to deal with me, which is never an easy task. She has had to deal with a new county manager, which means that she's had a fair amount of training that she's had to do. And she has had to satisfy an awful lot of competing and conflicting objectives in assembling this document, and she's done a masterful job of that. So with that, let's get into the meat of this. The manager's recommended budget, as the manager said, totals $424.156 million. That includes a county budget of $406 million and a separate fire district budget of $18 million. And as you know, the fire district is a separate legal entity. You serve as its governing body. When we talk about the county budget in the context of this presentation, we are talking about the combined budgets of Sedgwick County government and Sedgwick County Fire District number 1. Each of those jurisdictions, however, impose their own property taxes. The tax rate that we estimate will be required to fund the county budget is 29.359 mils. You see on the chart here that the tax rate for the county has bounced around within a very narrow range over the recent past, and the 2017 estimated rate of 29.359, as the manager said, is equal to the adopted rate in 2010, and that was one of the goals of the commission in putting together this budget. The fire district mill levy, the fire district tax rate is 18.371 mils. That's the estimate of that tax rate. And as you can see from the chart on the bottom of this page, the fire district also has had essentially a flat tax rate for the past several years, and 18.371 is equal to the current tax rate for the fire district. With those rates, the owner of a $150,000 home in Sedgwick County would pay about $506 of property tax to Sedgwick County government. And if that homeowner is located within the boundaries of Sedgwick County Fire District number 1, they would pay $317 to the fire district. Now, there are a number of ways that we can slice and dice all of the numbers in this budget, and so for the next several slides, I'm going to do that in a number of different ways. First, one of the things that we are interested in when we look at a budget is what is the organization going to do, and so what services is it going to deliver. This chart identifies the county's budget, that $424 million, according to the function of government. You can see here that public safety, the lighter green on the bottom right side, is the largest share of the budget at $159.7 million. It represents 38% of the total. The Public Works Department has a recommended budget of $30.8 million. It represents 7% of the budget. And you can see the other segments. General government is the second largest share at $121.6 million, or 29% of the budget. And that is what pays for all of the support services and administrative services that support the entire government. It also includes all of the contingencies and reserve accounts for the budget. A second way of looking at the budget is according to what we're going to buy. What does that money pay for? Well, in Sedgwick County, 48% of the recommended budget will go to pay county employees to deliver services. A total of $203.5 million is budgeted for personnel costs. The second largest category of expenditure is contractual services. If we don't provide services directly with county employees, we provide them by contracting with vendors in the community to work on our behalf. And so our contractual services budget in 2017 is recommended at $153 million. It represents 36% of the total budget. The two combined add up to 84% of the entire budget. We spend relatively little money on commodities or capital outlay or capital improvements or debt service for that matter. Another way of looking at the budget is according to the fund type. We have, as you know, a general fund, which is the default fund that pays for all county services that aren't required to be accounted for individually. And then we have a long laundry list of special funds that are required to be maintained to account for particular revenue streams or for particular expenditures. And so you can see on this chart that the general fund, the county's largest operating fund, represents 48% of the total budget at $204.3 million. Other funds that are supported with tax dollars and other revenue streams total $66.1 million. And then you see on the left side of the chart all of the non-tax funds. The debt service fund, which does receive property tax support, is budgeted in 2017 at $18.3 million. It represents 4% of the total county budget, and it is 3% less than the debt service budget in 2016. So we've got $424 million of expenditures. We've described those expenditures in three different ways, but how are we going to pay for it? And so what you see on this chart identifies the funding sources for that $424 million budget. Property taxes in Sedgwick County and in most governments are the largest funding stream that funds the budget. In our case, in 2017, property taxes are estimated to be $142.8 million. That is 34% of the total budget, and the total property tax revenue funding the budget is estimated to increase 2.2% over the current year. You see the other taxes, sales taxes, motor vehicle taxes, and so forth, represent about $57.5 million. You see the other revenue streams. The one that I would direct your attention to is the orange wedge on the right side called fund balances. We are budgeting $40.7 million, or 10% of the total budget, to be funded with fund balances, with county reserves. Now, we always say that we are adopting a balanced budget, and yet here I'm showing you a chart that says we're going to spend $424.1 million of county money, and 10% of that, $40.7 million, is going to come from fund balances. That doesn't sound like a balanced budget. So what do I mean by that when I say we have a balanced budget? Well, what I mean is that in our budget, and for that matter in the budgets of every local government in the state of Kansas, there are significant contingency accounts that are budgeted in order to comply with the state's budget law. Those contingencies are required because under the state budget law, we are not allowed to incur any expenditure if that expenditure doesn't have a legal budget supporting it, if it hasn't been appropriated by you. We live in Tornado Alley. We don't want it to ever happen. It seldom does happen. But when the big one hits and we have massive recovery costs to incur, we have to have budget authority in place in order to write those checks. We don't expect the big one to hit. We don't expect to have to incur those costs, and so we don't want to raise property taxes every year to support those expenditures that we don't think we're going to actually experience. So we fund those contingency accounts with reserves, with existing fund balances. And so what you see on this chart demonstrates for the general fund the difference between what we are budgeting in general fund balance and what we actually expect to incur in general fund balance. For 2017, the budget includes $28.38 million of reserves, of fund balance, in order to fund the general fund budget. Our financial forecast, which represents what we think we are actually going to spend during the course of the year, suggests that at the end of the year, we are going to increase the fund balance by $320,000. Instead of drawing down the fund balance and incurring a deficit, we expect to operate with a very slight surplus through the entire course of 2017. And so that's the reason that we say that we are operating with a balanced budget. The same thing is true of virtually every fund in the county's financial system. And what you see on this chart shows the other tax funds. And in each case, the blue bar represents the amount of fund balance that is budgeted in the recommended budget. The orange bar represents the amount of fund balance that we actually expect to use during the course of the year. And in every case, you will see that the amount that we expect to use is less than the amount that we are budgeting. In the EMS fund, the one that has the very large bars in the middle of the chart, we are expecting to use $3.77 million of EMS fund balance to pay for 2 new EMS posts. And that is one of the appropriate uses of fund balance. We are using excess money that has been collected in the EMS fund to pay the extraordinary non-recurring costs of building 2 new facilities to serve the EMS system. Now, to some people, the growth of government generally is out of hand. And they say that because they say the growth of government exceeds CPI. And they believe that the growth of government shouldn't exceed CPI. Well, those people have not looked at Sedgwick County's financial system. What you see on this chart shows that over the past 10 years, Sedgwick County government has done an extraordinary job of keeping control over county expenditures and over the property taxes that we extract from our citizenry. In the past 10 years, the Consumer Price Index has increased a total of 12%. In that same period of time, the county budget has increased less than 10%. It's over a 10-year period, less than 10%, less than 1% a year growth in the county budget. Property taxes have increased less than 6%. And finally, authorized employees, the bureaucracy, if you will, has decreased in that 10-year period. In 2017, if you fund this budget as recommended, the authorized county workforce will be 4% less than it was 10 years ago. And so what are the long-term implications of this budget? Well, in February, as we do every year, at your planning session, we provided you with a financial forecast through 2021 of the county's outlook and what we expected the deficits to be each year for our tax funds. In May, immediately prior to your budget review sessions, we provided you with an update of that forecast. Those two forecasts are shown on this chart on the light gray lines, which are a little bit difficult to see, but I think you can make them out. The blue line, the darker line, represents the forecast that is produced by this recommended budget. And what this chart shows is that for 2017, the forecast as a result of this budget is for a smaller deficit than we were saying just a couple of months ago we expected to incur. For 2018 and 2019, we are suggesting that the deficits for the cumulative deficits for the tax funds will be a little bit larger than what we were saying a couple of months ago, because since then we have developed the capital improvement program for those years and have identified some capital projects that will be incurred and funded with cash rather than with debt. That will cause us to incur some deficits. In 2020 and 2021, this budget produces a forecast that is substantially better than what we were showing you just 2 months ago. And by the end of this planning horizon, in 2021, we are projecting that the cumulative tax funds will achieve a surplus in operations of about $100,000. So we think that this budget not only serves the community well for 2017, but we think it also sets us up for a very good future. The forecast has been altered in part by some changes in key assumptions as new information has become available since we produced the original forecast in February and the revised forecast in May. First, in those forecasts, we estimated that the county's tax base, the assessed value, would grow 1.4% in 2017 over 2016. The preliminary tax digest, the preliminary values that we received as of July 1st from the county clerk, showed that the tax base actually is expected to increase 2.9%. That means that we will have, at the same tax rate, we will have about $1.5 million more dollars, which serves to reduce the deficit by that amount of money. CAPERS, the state pension system to which all county employees are members, CAPERS and KPNF, had indicated that we should expect contribution rates for county employees in 2017 to be equal or slightly above the current year's rates. The blended rate we were using for budget purposes was just a little over 13%. That is 13% of employees' pay would be contributed to CAPERS, or an amount equal to 13% of employees' pay would be contributed to CAPERS. Just recently, CAPERS has given us their final premium estimates for 2017, and they are showing that the blended rate will be only about 11.4%, less than the current year. That saves us $1.7 million. And that also serves to reduce the deficit from what we had originally forecasted by that amount of money. And finally, the employee, the county, as you know, has a self-funded employee health plan. Self-funded means that we hire an administrator to process claims on our behalf, but whatever those claims are, Sedgwick County pays directly. We don't hire an insurance company to provide those payments on our behalf. And we had projected that Sedgwick County's premiums for the employee health plan would increase 7% in 2017. Based on our claims experience and plan utilization through May of this year, we are comfortable reducing those premiums to 3% over the current rates. And that saves us $650,000. So there have been some significant changes in key parts of the financial forecast since we produced it originally, and that happens every year. Some of those changes go up, some go down. This year, they all seem to have worked to our benefit. Now, it wouldn't be a good budget presentation if I didn't show you this chart. You've seen it many times, so I'm just going to go through it quickly. But we are to the point where we need to recognize that putting together a budget means making choices. Making choices means identifying priorities. And the corollary is that nothing can be, that all things can't be priority one. I'll get it out eventually. There has to be some things that are relatively low priority, and your funding decisions and your budget decisions need to reflect that. We think in this budget that is the case. In this budget, the county manager has introduced priority-based budgeting. He has described to you the tiers of services that the county provides. He has assessed the relative importance of county services and has placed them into tiers according to their relative importance. Tier 1 services include primarily public safety operations, including the district attorney and the courts. Also includes the highways department and the elections office and your office, the commission office. In essence, Tier 1 services are those critical services that the county government must provide. Tier 2 services are primarily the support services that without which the Tier 1 services can't operate. So Tier 2 services include finance, human resources, IT, facilities, the county manager's office, and other similar administrative operations. Tier 3 services are discretionary services for Sedgwick County. It's principally services in the areas of mental health, public health, developmental disabilities, aging services, and parks. You see on this chart that Tier 1 services represent the lion's share of the budget, $191.9 million, or 45% of the total budget is Tier 1. 34% of the budget is Tier 2, 15% is Tier 3. We have a small segment, 6%, that is identified as not applicable. That is the budgeted contingencies that I described earlier, and some reserves that I will describe to you as we move further into this presentation. Those contingencies and reserves, by definition, we don't know how yet we're going to spend, and so we don't know yet which tier they would end up in if they actually get spent. Now, the change in budget from the prior year is reflected on the right side of this budget, of this chart. Tier 1 services, our highest priority services, collectively receive an increased budget in this recommended budget of 5%. Tier 2 services receive fewer resources in 2017 than in 2016. Their budgets collectively are decreasing 0.8%. And Tier 3 services are collectively decreasing 3.6%. And so we think that this recommended budget not only accomplishes your goals for property tax rate and for no debt and for no significant reductions of county services, but it also accomplishes the manager's objective of focusing on Tier 1 services and reallocating resources in order to make sure that we are paying the most attention to the most critical services. So in the remaining few slides, what I want to do is go through some of the highlights in this budget. First, for Tier 1. In EMS, we are recommending the addition of 4 positions to add a second staff at the new, a second shift, at the new Southeast post. The cost of that is about $320,000. We also are recommending the addition of 2 new positions to EMS, along with 1 ambulance to respond to increased call demand. And in his presentation, the manager described to you the rather extraordinary percentage increase in call volume that EMS has experienced in recent years. In the EMS system, EMSS, we are also recommending the addition of 2 positions to provide critical care transport capabilities. That will serve to relieve some of the burden on EMS from the call volume, and it also will provide a higher level of service to those people who need that higher level of service. In emergency communications, where the manager also described for you the rapid increase in workload and call volumes received, we are proposing to add 9 positions to respond to those increased call volumes at a cost of just under $500,000. That $500,000 will be partially offset by a reduction in overtime costs in the Emergency Communications Department. Right now, they are incurring nearly $250,000 a year of overtime in order to be able to staff the phones as needed to respond to call volumes. We don't need to be spending overtime. We need to be having fresh people who aren't worn out because they've been working excessive hours responding to those emergency calls. Also in emergency communications, we are proposing to upgrade the phone system, the emergency telephone system. That will cost us about $275,000, and once done, it will enable us to receive text messages about emergencies as well as telephone calls. In the Sheriff's Department, we are proposing to fund 2 jail positions that have been held unfilled since 2012. And again, we are proposing to do this in part in order to reduce excessive overtime costs that have been incurred in the jail by the need to have enough bodies manning that facility at all times. And so we would offset some of the cost of this with reductions in overtime. The District Attorney's Office is recommended to receive 2 new positions to enable the DA to keep up with the extreme volume of evidence that is being produced and we expect will be increasingly produced by body cameras that are being added primarily in the city of Wichita. We also are recommending that the District Attorney be provided with 1 new position to provide case management services in the for child in need of care clients or SINC clients. In the district court, we are recommending that the rate at which we compensate court-appointed attorneys in certain kinds of cases be increased from $50 an hour to $65 an hour. That will cost us, we estimate, $101,000 per year. In the Forensic Science Center, we are recommending the addition of 1 position, a DNA analyst, to expedite the testing of sexual assault kits. The incidence, the requirement for sexual assault tests has increased pretty dramatically in the past year or so. And so to handle that increased volume, the Forensic Science Center needs 1 person to process the increased volume. They also need money to pay for the increased number of tests. And so we are recommending $39,000 be added to their budget to provide for increased numbers of sexual assault kits and DNA kits that are more complex and therefore more expensive than what has been purchased in the past. In the fire district, the mobile radios and handheld radios that were purchased for the fire district back in 2009 or 2010 are approaching their end of life, and they will need to be replaced in the fairly near future. We are recommending in this budget the allocation of $789,000 for that purpose. Most of that money would be provided from an equipment reserve fund that we have to serve the fire district. $115,000 of the total would come from the fire district operating budget. In the Corrections Department, we are proposing to implement centralized administration of access to the various detention facilities that will allow for the elimination of 5 positions and save the county $270,000. Throughout all of public safety, we are proposing to add funding for the Law Enforcement Training Center to the $2,650,000 that had previously been allocated. In total, with this recommendation, the county will have $5.5 million available for the Law Enforcement Training Center. We expect the city of Wichita will provide an equal amount of funding for that jointly owned and operated facility. Finally, in public safety within MABCD, we are proposing to add 1 inspector position to respond to increased inspection volumes, and we are proposing to add about $105,000 to pay for an upgrade in the field mobile access system, the data system that is used by inspectors in the field to eliminate much of the need to drive back and forth from the field to the office to produce reports. Within the Elections Department, we are recommending in this budget the addition of $1.5 million to the $4.5 million that had been previously provided in order to acquire new voting equipment in time for the 2018 election cycle. Within Public Works, we are recommending the addition of $9.16 million of funding to pay for preventive road maintenance. But on the other hand, we are proposing to scale back the preventive maintenance program from what has been a frequency of activity of every 5 years, every mile of road being treated at least every 5 years, to every 6 years. And we believe that that modest reduction in the frequency of treatment of programs will have a negligible effect on the quality of roads, which are extraordinary in this county. But as you see, it will save the county a significant amount of money. So these highlights, and there are many more in the budget, but these highlights alone have an impact on the 17 budget of $14.6 million. In Tier 2, we are recommending that the Facilities Department be given one new position along with a fairly significant amount of contractual service appropriations in order to operate and maintain the 271 building, which will be opening later this year. And it will house MABCD and MAPD and probably some other agencies yet to be determined. But the total cost for operating and maintaining that building, we are budgeting at $409,000. Within ComCare, we are recommending the addition of 3 new positions for EMS billing. As you know, several years ago we consolidated medical billing in ComCare. At the time, EMS billing services were performed by a vendor, by a third party. We brought those in-house, consolidated them in ComCare, and saved a considerable amount of money in doing that. What we have found is that the number of positions that we authorized for ComCare was insufficient to keep pace with the number of bills EMS is generating. And so these 3 positions will allow us to expedite bill processing, collect the funding that supports the EMS system much more rapidly than we are currently doing. Within the appraiser's office, we are proposing to add funding for the digital oblique imagery of real property. This is in essence, this is a flyover to create a Google Earth kind of view of Sedgwick County, but in much greater detail and with much more usability by the assessors in order to do their appraisals of property for tax purposes. They are required under state law, if they choose to use this technology, and we have for some time now, they are required to update the digital oblique imagery maps at least once every 6 years. And in 2017, it's time to do that again at a cost of $233,000. Within developmental disabilities, we are proposing to reduce the subsidized live-in support program by $103,000. That program is going through a review by the CDDO management, and they will make a determination about how that program should continue and what funding is required to continue it, and it will be funded through grant funds rather than through tax funds in the future. Also in Tier 2, our IT operation is proposed to have the Technology Learning Center and one position associated with it eliminated, saving us almost $104,000. We are proposing to eliminate one security analyst position, saving us $63,000. Within finance, in accounting, we are proposing to reduce the budget for merchant service fees, the fees that we pay credit card processors, by $165,000. Within the county counselor's office, we are proposing to reduce the budget for outside counsel, for use of outside counsel, by $100,000. And so these highlights, and again there are many more in the budget, but these highlights for Tier 2 have a budget impact of $285,000. Tier 3 highlights include the recommended elimination of the travel immunization services that we have traditionally provided from the health department at a savings, a cost savings of $138,000. Until fairly recently, travel immunizations were difficult to obtain. If you needed them because you were traveling to Southeast Asia, for example, and needed to get a diphtheria shot, it was very difficult to do that because the frequency of those kind of immunizations is so low that private providers wouldn't stock the vaccine. And so the health department filled that void. They provided those vaccines. Since then, in recent years, there have been a number of local outlets that have started providing travel vaccinations. You can get travel vaccinations at Walmart or at Walgreens or at Target or at any number of other similar kinds of facilities. And so this is a service that we believe now the county no longer needs to be involved in. And so we are proposing to eliminate it from the county's budget. Now, to be sure, we were charging for that service, and there will be a loss of revenue associated with this elimination that nearly equals the $138,000 cost reduction that I've described here. Within ComCare, we are proposing to eliminate the crime prevention funding that we have been providing for the CityWorks program. In our crime prevention efforts, we fund 8 different programs, each of which is given certain goals to achieve, which are intended over the long term to reduce the incidence of juvenile crime. We have found that this program is the least effective at accomplishing our goals, and so in 2017 we are proposing to eliminate the $80,000 that we have been appropriating for that purpose. Total Tier 3 highlights is a reduction of $218,000. Now, in his presentation, the county manager spent a bit of time talking about the importance that he places on taking care of county workers, and in particular, the importance of adjusting compensation to reduce pay compression and our uncompetitive position with regard to certain positions in trying to attract employees. And so in this budget, we have allocated $2.8 million in a reserve account to be used to fund targeted pay adjustments that will reduce grade compression and turnover. We also have recommended a 2.5% pay pool that is embedded within all of the various operating department budgets that will be used to provide pay for performance pay increases to employees. The cost of that is $3.89 million. The sum of the two, roughly $6.7 million, provides an ample pool of money with which to attack the pay problem that the manager described, but it is not sufficient to solve the problem. We fully expect that in 2018 we will need to provide roughly a similar amount of funding in order to fully implement the recommendations that you received from Eileen McNichol, our Human Resources Director, in a presentation several weeks ago, where she described in some considerable detail the issues that we are facing with pay compression and with the problems of low starting pay. Within this budget, we are facing the full year cost of the new Fair Labor Standards Act regulations that will require us to pay overtime to people who have not previously received overtime. We estimate the cost of that implementation will be $940,000 throughout the county. About $750,000 of that will be in the tax-funded operations. Also, as I've already described, we have a $1.7 million reduction in the cost of capers because of the reduction in rates that we received, and we have a $650,000 savings in employee health premiums because we are increasing the premiums 3% rather than the 7% that we had originally expected. So once again, our total recommended budget is $424.1 million, consisting of $406.1 million for the county government and $18 million for Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1. That budget is funded by estimated property tax rates of 29.359 mills for Sedgwick County government. That is equal to the 2010 tax rate that was levied, and by a tax rate of 18.371 mills in the fire district, which is equal to the current year's tax rate. And so with this budget, with this recommendation, we think that we have accomplished the vision that you set out back in February and the expectations that the manager outlined for us in March as we were starting to prepare the budget requests. We have achieved a property tax rate of 29.359 mils. We have reduced the amount of debt, and we have funded all capital projects with cash. We have no deficits in this budget other than for capital projects or in some of the special revenue funds as needed to reduce excessive fund balances down to a more reasonable level. And finally, we have no substantial reductions in county services. We have focused on Tier 1 services. They are increasing 5%, where Tier 2 and Tier 3 services collectively are receiving decreased budgets. We have reduced the funding of services that can be provided by non-governmental organizations. And with the pay adjustment pools that we have recommended, we believe that we are taking ample care of county workers. And so we feel pretty good about this budget. In the coming weeks and months, you and your constituents will have a number of opportunities to comment on the budget. We, as of today, will be posting an online budget hearing on the county's website, and it will be, you can access that as well through the new county app that Kate Flavin showed you earlier in this meeting. And that online budget hearing allows people to provide written comments and see the written comments that their neighbors have provided. It will be live from today, extending through August 10th, the date at which budget adoption is scheduled. What we refer to as Last Up Day is next Wednesday, July the 20th at 9 a.m. in this room. At your meeting next week, you will be asked to authorize us to provide the legally required publication of an ad for both Sedgwick County government and the Sedgwick County Fire District. And that ad, in summary, will say that we are proposing a budget that requires spending not to exceed a certain number of dollars and is funded with property tax revenue not to exceed a certain number of dollars. I've described those dollar amounts to you here. You may choose to change them before you give us the authority next Wednesday. But once that authority is given and once that ad is published, you are not allowed to adopt a budget either for the county or the fire district that requires more spending or more property tax revenue than the maximums that you have specified in those publications. There will be two those legal ads, those publications that you will authorize next week, will appear in the Wichita Eagle on Friday, July the 22nd, and Saturday, July the 23rd, and that is in compliance with state law. We will have two public hearings on this budget. The first will be on Wednesday, July the 27th, in this room at 9 a.m. The second will be on Thursday, August the 4th, also in this room, but at 6 p.m., an evening meeting. And so two opportunities for the public to come and tell you what they think about this budget. Then on August the 10th, Wednesday, at your regular meeting in this room, we will ask you to adopt a 2017 county budget and a 2017 Sedgwick County Fire District budget. Once you have adopted those budgets, we will certify them and deliver them to the county clerk as we are legally required to do no later than August the 25th. And that will complete the budget cycle for this year. That concludes my presentation, and at this point I would be happy to try and answer any questions that you have. I'm sure Mr. Scholes would do the same, and we have a number of department heads and all of the budget staff in the room if your questions get too technical.
Mr. Cronus and Manager Scholes, thank you for the presentation. It's been very well done. Appreciate the great work. I would like to bring it to the commissioners for initial comments and questions, but in just a moment I will go to the audience and allow for public comment as well. So if you have any comments on the budget, you'll have a chance to speak to those issues in just a moment. So we'll start out by recognizing Commissioner Ranzau.
I have a couple comments and some questions for Chris. First, can you go back to slide 10?
Yeah. Come on. There we go.
Just want to make a couple of comments because you'd said that we weren't exceeding inflation, and people that have that concern haven't looked at our budget. Well, I have looked at our budget even prior to 2008, and in the early parts of 2008, we greatly exceeded the rate of inflation, and that's where that concerns come from. As you'll notice, it wasn't until 2012 that we finally got our spending under control, and we were forced to do that by the economic downturn. So I just wanted to comment on that, the concerns that people have with respect to government growth exceeding the rate of inflation are valid to include at the county level. But if we'll go to the next slide, 11. You've said that the recommended budget improves long-term forecasts with except the next 2 years, but then did you make a statement that those next 2 years, 18 and 19, is due to cash funding of projects?
Primarily, yes.
Primarily. Okay, well, I'm going to take issue with a couple of these, with those two statements. First of all, I don't believe this budget does improve the long-term forecast. As you clearly stated, there are increases. It actually increases our deficit in the next 2 years. And then 20 and 21, it appears to show that the deficit's gone down, but that reflects the fact that the CIP program has not been fully put into this program. I have the comparisons we had in May. You're using the May hearings in this. In May, we were scheduled to spend $5.9 million. Almost $6 million on CIP projects. Now we're projected to spend 5.7. That's in 2018. So the actual projected spending in 2018 actually went down, at least by my calculations. So that certainly can't be the cause of that deficit. Additionally, the CIP expenditures in 2019 did go up about 1.4, but the deficit went up 2.7. And what's particularly troubling with me is then in 20 and 21, I've done some analysis. The projected CIP spending in those 2 years is $13.2 million less now than what it was in May. That's $4 million in 2020 and $3.8 in 2021. So if we had maintained those projected levels of spending, our deficits would have gone up as a result of this budget. And so I think we need to be very cautious about making statements about what this budget does with respect to the long-term forecast, because I have concerns based upon my analysis of this. That being said, I'm going to create another spreadsheet and send it to you and ask you to evaluate it and see if I'm wrong. But
Commissioner, you're never wrong.
Well, that's not exactly true, but.
But as
you understand what I'm saying.
But
so anyway, I just wanted those are my concerns.
Absolutely.
So I just want to throw those out, and we'll have some more conversations about that as we move forward.
Sure. You recognize, as I'm sure everybody else does, that forecasts are based on assumptions, and different people make different assumptions. We believe that our assumptions are reasonable, and that's why we're using them. You certainly are entitled to have different opinions about what the assumption should be.
Can I say one thing too? Also, it's, especially 2018, just in the last few weeks, is becoming very turbulent. As you know, it's very fluid. If you just take into account the city's discussion on changing the EMS system, could have a huge impact on what 2018 and beyond looks like, not only with what we spend, but on capital projects. So 2018 is shaping up to be very fluid right now, and just in the last couple of weeks, even since this has gone to print, there have been some other actions in some other areas where I see that we can create some efficiencies. But even beyond that, just the changes that we're making, not only in the organizational structure, but in the management team and the almost the laser focus that we're going to have towards these tier services, I think we're going to create some efficiencies that you're not even seeing yet. So I'm seeing efficiencies from 2018 and beyond that it's hard to understand what that is right now. But like Chris says, I mean, assumptions are perceived by each commissioner a little bit differently. So,
And you brought up something I was going to ask you as well, is the EMS. We're proposing a lot of additions,
right.
And I understand the rationale, but with the recent developments with the city of Wichita, what sort of concerns, I mean, do you have with that as we move forward? What might that actually cause us to have to reverse some of these, or what sort of impacts could you anticipate?
Yeah, that's a great question. I have tremendous concerns. One, it's for me and really for the citizens, and it's an award-winning service. There is nothing to be fixed. There's always more efficiencies that we can garner. We can do better. But it is a quality EMS system. So the discussions that have been had in the last few weeks by the city to change that certainly will affect us. When our budget went to print, I had to do it based off the assumption nothing will change based off of their last city council action that basically voted down what they were attempting to do. But that's not to say that that won't change next year, and certainly could change the outlook on projects that we do, EMS staff that we hire, et cetera. It will have an effect, and I am concerned about that. It's hard to understand when you have such a quality system on why you'd want to make changes, but understanding they have their reasoning, and my staff will support their staff and hopefully understand the effects of the decision making, and in the end maybe mitigate that. But we'll see. But we'll be prepared for any part of that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peter John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Manager, would you clarify, just so I make sure I fully understand your comments on EMS, that this budget as proposed assumes that we continue the existing interlocal agreement with the City of Wichita for EMS services in Sedgwick County?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think
because we are through 2017, it's not until 2018 that an effect would happen, because they would in effect be voting on 2018's stopping 2018 service, at least for the non-emergent side.
Okay, because my understanding is that agreement runs from July 1 through June 30th, and they provide a notification, don't they? Or Mr. Hadley or Mr. Cronus can clarify that. I'd appreciate it.
The agreement runs from, it's a calendar year agreement. It runs from January 1st to December 1st. Either party is required to give notice to the other party prior to July 1st if they intend not to renew the agreement on the following January.
Okay. I think
giving you 6 months to take action and make changes.
I think having that clarification on the record is important so that we know where we're going forward. Thank you.
I have some other comments, but I'll save mine for just a little while. I'd like to go ahead and, the lights aren't on right now, so I'd like to go ahead and open this up to the public for a few minutes and ask the public that's here in our audience, if anybody here would like to speak to any part of this budget presentation, we'd love to hear from you at this time. All right, we got one. Please come up to the podium and state your name and address.
I'm Barbara Brown.
At the podium, please. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Brown. I live in Wichita, Kansas at 3020 East Orm. And I have one question. And I'm looking at Tier 3 reduction in services, and I'm wondering how many federal matching funds we've left on the table on these services, and whether you can answer that. And that's my only question.
All right. Well, thank you, Barbara, for the question, and we'll see if Mr. Cronus or anybody else would like to answer that question.
I don't have an answer for that question. We are in the process, in response to a request that you made a little bit earlier today, Mr. Chairman. We are in the process of assembling a list of grants that the county has declined to accept over the past year and a half or so, going back to the start of 2015. And once we have that list compiled, we'll provide it to you as you requested. Okay. And I guess that's the answer to the question.
Good.
Also, any, really, in terms of the reductions to the Tier 3 services, these are proposals that came from the staff, not directed by management or anybody, as efficiencies that they felt like that they could make in terms of doing things better. So really that's what we went for. But really for all the departments and divisions across the county, they went in with the rule of a flat budget. So if it was funded last year, it's funded this year. But they did find some efficiencies, and they brought us this proposal, especially with the travel immunization. But Tim, the Director of Health and Human Services.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tim Kaufman, Health and Human Services. The reductions that were identified as Tier 3 reductions do not include any matching funds for federal funds. So they, that won't impact any matching opportunities that we have.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Commissioner Ranzau?
No, that was a question. That's the statement I was going to make that Tim said there, and I think that's the point I think she was trying to get at. So.
And just wanted to say what I asked for. There was some comments made by the City Council meeting yesterday regarding the County Commission's reluctance to accept federal grants, and I don't believe that's an accurate statement. And so I wanted to have someone review our past last year or two and actually summarize how many grants we've actually accepted, how many are in place, how many dollars are flowing into the county government, how many have we rejected, and how many dollars have we given up. I don't believe it's characterized by the comments that they made yesterday, so I wanted to set the record straight and actually have some facts and data around that comment. So, my manager, you has another thing you wanted to add?
Not really, but I can count on probably one hand any that we've rejected, but there's almost at least one a week, sometimes one a day that we actually approve and send forward. So.
Right. We actually, I believe there is a place on our website, in the finance section of our website, that actually discusses the grants that we have in place right now. And I see one of our staff saying, yes, that is correct. And I haven't looked at that lately, but I have looked at that in the past. And there's a lot of grants that are in place right now within Sedgwick County government, and a lot of dollars. So again, I will get that data. I may speak about that at our next meeting to set the record straight, because I think that anecdotally, we've been characterized as rejecting federal grants, and it's not true. I can only think of one. I can think of two potentially topics that may be relevant to that. One of them was a grant last year, early in the year, that we rejected that dealt with trying to deal with individual obesity and smoking cessation. We rejected that grant. But that grant was picked up by the Medical Society, and in fact, the staff that were performing those services moved over to the new facility, and I think if I heard, they've actually had an increase in pay and are pretty happy. They have a better facility to work out of. Those dollars are still flowing to the community, but the reason I voted to reject that grant was I believe that, looking at the data around that grant, that it was an ineffective program. It didn't actually accomplish any performance measures that we could put our thumb on. So that's the only one I can think of. And the other one that's people might be trying to remember, that regards to the issue of WIC. We did not reject a grant. What we did reject was excess dollars to administrate the WIC program. And I've asked our director of our health department to recently to talk about what's our status. We were halfway through the year. What's our status? Do we have plenty of money? Are we providing services? And the answer, of course, we're providing all of the WIC services we could possibly imagine. Everybody who's come to the health department for WIC services is getting everything they're entitled to and everything that they want. And we have the staff needed to do that. So there's no problems with our WIC program. What we did was we turned back excess dollars to administrate the WIC program, not anything dealing with benefits. And in fact, we accepted a dollar amount above what we anticipated we would need to actually run the program for the entire year. And that program is running smoothly and as planned. So that's only two things I can think of that may be relevant to that discussion. But I'd like to, again, I'll let the staff tell me if I'm wrong, and we'll get some actual facts and data together maybe next week. So we'll visit that again. Commissioner Ranzau?
Yeah, to piggyback on that, you're asking for information on grants. Might I add in there, maybe we can get some data on federal dollars that we spend in general, because there are millions of dollars that we spend that come from the federal government that aren't specifically grants per se.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Peterjohn?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can think of one other grant. This commission has gone back and forth on 3-2 votes since I've been on the commission, sometimes 3-2 in favor and sometimes 2-3 against, and that was the sustainability EPA HUD grant proposal that went back and forth over a number of years. So within the time frame since 2009, I would include that on the chairman's list too.
All right. Well, thank you for that reminder. We'll have probably some type of facts and data summary of that next week. I'm hoping so. We're still on public comments. Anybody else in the community? Anybody else in the audience would like to come and speak regarding this budget presentation? And again, I just wanted to remind everyone, again, you have the chance to speak to us. We will be reading the comments that come to us online through our Sedgwick County app or on the website. You'll have a chance to speak to us by leaving comments there, as well as Wednesday morning, July 27th at 9 a.m. We have a public hearing specifically just for the budget. And when we'll not be doing a regular meeting, that's just a time for people to speak to us. And then again on Thursday evening, August the 4th at 6 p.m. I believe that's what I heard. And so that's two opportunities that the public will have to speak to us specifically on the budget. So you have plenty of time to read the budget, develop your ideas, your comments and questions, and come and speak to us at one of those four different methods and opportunities. So Commissioner Peterjohn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make a motion that we receive and file so that we can get this officially into the public arena.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And I don't see there's anybody else from the public that wants to speak to this. I have some other comments I'd like to make myself before we vote. First of all, I would like to say I was listening very carefully to the names of people who should receive some credit, and I'm not sure if this was if he did something or not. I think he did, but I didn't ever hear the name Rick Durham, so I wanted to just recognize him as well. I don't think that was intended, but I think that Rick needs to be recognized as one that also provided into this budget, I'm sure. I'm sure that Lindsay has done a tremendous job as usual. So there's some staff I'm familiar with, and I know that I've done a great job. And of course, there's a long list of staff that did work to develop this. I want to say thank you to all of the staff who works up in the finance department that have worked a long time, many months to put this together. And of course, manager, you've been working on this hard since before February when we first saw some projections. So,
yeah, but truly, you're given praise to where it needs to be directed. I mean, it's this budget team, especially Lindsay. Lindsay is the really the Achilles heel of this whole thing. I'm afraid she can't get sick or go home. She sleeps upstairs, drinks coffee regularly or Coke, but to get the caffeine levels up. But we got to keep pumping her up, and at least until you approve the budget.
I think it's interesting. Last year, as I talked with some of the staff, I talked about Tier 1, 2, and 3 as a way to help us prioritize within our budget, and that wasn't something that really got any implementation last year. And then independently, I think you've implemented the same idea. I didn't even talk to you about it, but that idea got into this budget process early this year. When you arrived here, you brought that idea with you, and you've implemented that from them. So the manager, again, has implemented, I think, an idea that is very good. Helps us figure out where we need to spend money and where we need to trim money. And so I think the tier 1, 2, and 3, the priority-based budgeting is a very good way to approach a budget process. I want to say thank you for implementing that. I think it's been a good way for us to look at the budget. I wanted just to say there was some, I don't know if it was a news story or if maybe it was a Facebook comment, I don't remember where it was now, but someone made comments about that I used the word discretionary in terms of Tier 3 funding. Let me explain that. It simply means we have some ability to decide at what level or whether we should or should not fund something and at what level. I mean, it is absolutely an accurate term. I think we have less ability to make decisions about things like the district attorney's office or about our forensic science center. There's things they have to do in county government. And so there's things that are obviously clearly Tier 1 functions. We have very little ability to decide how much we need to spend there. We, of course, want to be effective and efficient. But there's things we have to spend monies in certain areas. There just really is no choice on our part, really, whether we want to fund those things or not. And there's things that we have some discretion. So that's not a negative term. I don't want to be criticized for using a term called the term discretionary. I just think it's an accurate term. We do have some ability to decide at what level and whether some things should or should not be funded. But I don't think that's a negative term. Let me see here. Just a couple more quick comments. With respect to EMS, I understand that if this budget is implemented as it's laid out right now, we're going to plan to spend $3.77 million for 2 new EMS posts. That's in addition to the posts we approved this last year, which is still being planned to be built. I don't know exactly what the status of that EMS post is. We have 15 stations, I think, in operation right now. We approved a 16th station last year, and this budget talks about 2 more stations that would bring us up to 18, if that's correct.
No, sir. That's not quite correct.
Okay.
The funding in the EMS budget next year pays for the station that is being built this year in southeast Wichita, and 1 additional station to be built in northeast Wichita. The addition of the southeast post last year occurred after the budget had been adopted, the decision to move forward. And so that project has been funded with a loan of cash from the CIP funds. And in the 2017 budget, the EMS fund is expected to repay that loan. And so that's why it is funded for 2 stations next year.
Okay, that helps me quite a bit. There has been some discussion potentially of doing a west EMS post. Again, maybe that's in the CIP plan down the road. There's a plan for an 20. I'm not sure what year, but there's a plan for a west post. Is that correct?
I believe it's in 2018. Yes.
It's not funded in this budget, but it is something.
It's in the 5-year CIP that we presented.
With a caveat.
There you go. Okay. And on top of that, by my math, we're adding, I think, 28 full-time equivalent employees. As I went through and added up all the different places it talks about adding employees, and there's a few reductions, but mostly we're adding a number of staff to mostly Tier 1 services. So just want to make a comment. We're adding a lot of really necessary staff in places that we've been short for a long time, perhaps, but most of that 28 is in areas I think that have shown critical needs. Can you please talk to that?
Yes, I would say that all of it is in areas that have shown critical needs, which is why we're recommending it. But the net change in the county workforce is not as great as you might think. And I'm working from memory here, but I believe the net change in county workforce is something on the order of 7 positions. So we're adding 28, but we're deleting another 21 throughout the budget.
Okay. That's good to know. Then let me just say also a couple of areas that we're adding 9 positions to the 911 system. To me, that's a critical thing that I think everybody would agree. We want to make sure that 911 is as responsive as possible. There's been some complaints from the community about 911, so I think this addresses that, and I think that's a good decision.
Yeah, it addresses it in 2 areas: one, overtime, but also in call volume. There are a lot of calls going in the queue, and this will alleviate that time with the new personnel.
And you had a chart in one of the presentations, and the EMS calls have gone way up. I think I remember 37%, if that's the number I remember seeing. But this budget is adding altogether 13 new people related to the EMS system. It would be paramedics, critical care, ambulance crew, and then the 3 billing agents to respond to the higher number of billing needs as well. So there's 13 people related to that. Is that correct? I believe that's what I saw.
I believe the correct number is 11.
11.
It's 4 new positions for the second shift of the Southeast Post, 2 new positions for EMS call demand, 2 new positions for critical care transport in EMS-S, and then the 3 billing personnel in CommCare.
Well, the reason I bring that up is, again, I think that with the uncertainty of what's happening to our EMS interlocal agreement, I guess I just wanted to raise that issue that I have concerns about enhancing the system when we're not sure exactly whether the system's going to have an upset or not. So I have concerns about that, and I hope between now and August the 10th we can resolve some of that uncertainty. So that's my final comment for now. Commissioner Unruh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Manager, or Mr. Cronus, had a question about the mill levy number that we're using. Is that the result of intricate financial analysis? Is that the result of what our budget requires to provide services for our community? Or is that an arbitrary number? And what's significant about that?
Well, I guess I need to say that it was the result of intricate financial analysis.
But would that be a true statement?
If you give me that choice. The way we build a budget typically is by first looking at how much money we have and then figuring out how to allocate that money. And so we were given a target by the Commission in a resolution earlier this year to establish a property tax rate not to exceed 29.359, which equals the 2010 mill levy. And we were asked to make all future budgets at that level. And so this is done in compliance with that resolution that was adopted by the Commission.
Well, thank you. And of course I knew that answer, but I also want to know, do we have any explanation for our community as why we chose that number?
We were given
Intricate financial analysis.
Okay. Thank you, I guess. The other question I would have, or comment, is that were we to use debt financing, a legitimate financial tool, a legitimate strategy for some of our capital improvement programs, what might that allow us to do? What might some of the options provided for us if we were to do that?
I don't recall the precise numbers, but we have more cash going to capital projects in this budget than we have fund balance funding the budget. And so, in theory, if we were to use debt to fund those projects, we could reduce the use of fund balance to nothing. We could reduce the property tax rate, or we could use the funding that is freed up, that is, that we are proposing to allocate to capital projects, to increase services in some area. I guess those are the 3 choices: increase services, reduce revenue, or save fund balance.
Well, thank you. I guess that's the point that I wanted to make, that we're making a deliberate choice in this budget that that we will not reduce the mill levy further when we could legitimately with debt financing. We're making the choice where we could be probably more aggressive partners with some of our community partnerships that we've had, whether it's Health and Human Services or whether it's Culture and Recreation. Those are some choices we're making by not using debt financing, I guess, is the point that I want to make sure is clearly understood. And another thing we could do, I suppose, is I saw the Director of Public Works lean forward, reach for his microphone. He was probably going to say we might not have to change our strategy for our road programs. But I don't want to speak for you, Mr. Spears, but...
Well, you guessed it. I mean, just another possibility. We're showing a cut to the Highway Department of $1,833,333. So, you know, bond financing, if you use that, you might not have to make that cut. But be that as it may, I would like to address that and put into the record. And I've talked to the manager about this and sent all of you an email. We would like the flexibility down at Public Works to decide where that money is being cut from. And what we're going to recommend is that R342, at least in the year 2017, be eliminated, and that's $1,500,000. And R342 is coal mix and gravel road replacement program. So we feel like then you take $1.5 million out of that, and then the balance of $333,333 would come out of the R175, which is preventive maintenance. And at that, we, instead of doing 120 miles next year, we would be doing 115 with that cut. Now, that's based upon prices this year. You don't know how the bids are going to come in, could be more, but we feel like this would give the citizens a bigger bang for the buck. With the R342, the $1.5 million, you do like 5 miles of road. This and that's on roads with low traffic counts. If we go back to preventing maintenance in that program, you'd be working on roads with high traffic counts. So I just wanted to, when you approved the budget, you also approved the CIP in August. So I would recommend that we remove R342 then for the year 2017, not beyond, because you never know what may happen after that, but at least for 2017, that's what we would recommend. Thank you.
This is a prime example of what good teamwork occurs, especially when you put together an executive team. But you know, great comments. Just the fact that the budget was produced allowed David to go back in there and find those resources. But I look for, especially once the executive team gets in place, 2018 and beyond, we're going to do great things.
Well, I didn't want my comments to imply a lack of appreciation for the hard work that the manager and Mr. Cronus and Lindsay did on putting this budget together with these parameters. But I just wanted to say that, as always, there's more than one way to look at something, and I just wanted to offer those opportunities of perhaps debt financing for some of the capital projects and not being just totally bound by a 5-year-old mill levy might give us more flexibility. That's all I had.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ranzau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to answer my colleague's question on how that number was arrived at through a couple different factors or considerations. First of all, it was a detailed financial analysis done of the budget by myself and other commissioners who are concerned about the details of the budget, as well as a desire to control this, be responsive to the taxpayers of this community who have told us unequivocally that they want us to control spending and control the growth of their property taxes, and told us to make the tough decisions that we need to control spending. It appears my colleague is suggesting yet another mill levy increase, and I find that disconcerting. I am convinced through detailed financial analysis that I've done over the last 5.5 years that we can adequately meet the services of this community with this mill levy. In fact, I think we're overtaxing the people as it is. That being said, with respect to borrowing money unnecessarily, has been suggested by my colleague, that does not help your financial situation. I think, Mr. Cronus, didn't you say that some of the money we're using this year is coming out of the EMS?
Yes.
And it can only be used for EMS.
Yes.
And it is a prudent use to use excess money for cash things, because you're not going to necessarily run that down with operations, but you can use that money, you avoid the expenses, and it can't be used, for example, exploration place or the zoo or anything else.
That's correct.
That's correct. So leaving that excess cash in EMS and instead borrowing money for EMS stations does not help any other entity out there. That's simply a false argument. Now, on a superficial level, it may appeal to some people, but when you do an actual detailed financial analysis, you'll understand these things a little bit better. And not everyone does. We were in the habit of borrowing money for roads and bridges to the point that we were spending $5.6 million in principal and interest and getting $2.4 million worth of road products produced. Does that make sense? It does not. Borrowing money is appropriate at certain times, but when you do it routinely, just as in your personal life, you will bury yourself, and we were wasting taxpayer dollars. That's the information you get when you do a detailed financial analysis. Take the 271 building, for example. When the proposal for the 271 building was first introduced, we were going to buy and do all these renovations. It was going to cost us $1.3 million in bond and interest on a yearly basis. $1.3 million. But because this commission challenged the underlying assumptions, we reduced that cost, and we used some of our cash reserves to help pay for that. We actually, I think, did end up borrowing some money for that. We did, because it was prudent. But our principal and interest payments are now a little over $300,000 as opposed to $1.3 million. That means we have an extra $1 million to spend on other things. Okay? You follow that? So it may be easy for some commissioners to just say, oh, borrow more money, that's going to solve everything. But that should tell you right there. If you're not prudent and you just say, because we look at the numbers, and when you borrow money, it looks like a smaller cost per year. Oh, we can just borrow, we can do whatever. And so we don't challenge the underlying assumptions, and we just spend it. But as I said, just this one example, instead of paying a principal and interest payment of $1.3 million, we spend $300,000. And that frees up money, and we still get the services done. So I wanted to address those issues and clarify for the record some of the things that are going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to give Commissioner Unruh a chance to respond.
Okay, thanks. I have a hearing aid that I think I need to loan to my colleague. I didn't imply or suggest that we have a mill levy increase. So that's I just was talking about in general terms about our current mill levy. Nor did I say that we ought to borrow money for our EMS stations. I just said that debt financing under the guidance of our finance department has provided Sedgwick County citizens with a stable county government that is AAA bond rated, that had strong financial reserves, and to ignore that financial tools, I think that is available to us just as a matter of rule is not good financial management. But the details and all that, I'm speaking in general terms, so that's my response. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Norton?
I don't have a lot. I usually try to wait on my comments after I've heard all the public meetings speaking and get a lot of citizen input. I think that's critically important. Probably the two places I am a little concerned is with the Tier 3. I'm not in agreement that many of the human services are a Tier 3. You know, when you get into health department and mental health and senior services, those are critically important in the realm of public safety even. And I think we should revisit that some of those should push up into maybe Tier 2, but I don't agree that human services are on the bottom level of our priorities. In fact, in many cases, they should be the first priority in our community. And I'm sure we'll have that debate as we go through the public sector comments. The second thing is the fire district continues to worry me. I don't think we've stabilized that. I know that there has been no stomach for any kind of a mill levy increase, but over the next 5 years, if we don't make some decisions to stabilize that, either decrease services or add just a little revenue to stabilize that, I think we're going to have some problems in our fire district. Those would be two things that I think we'll have comments, need to have conversation about. But the rest of my thoughts and ideals, I'll wait till the public has spoken and given us their information and details and view of the budget and then come back to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Peter John?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a question, I'm not sure if it's more for the manager or for Mr. Cronus. When we talk about Tier 1, that also includes the items in the budget that are basically the state says the county shall provide, and whether it's a record-keeping function or a statutory requirement of some sort, those fall into that category as Tier 1 pretty much automatically from a budgetary purpose, I believe. Am I correct in that?
I don't think so.
No, not entirely. Even for those services, typically the county has some discretion in choosing the level of service to be provided, and so there are decisions to be made about how we allocate our resources to those services. As an example, I said that Tier 2 services include the administrative support operations primarily. Well, included in that are the county treasurer, the register of deeds, the county clerk, who are elected officials. We are required to provide tax collection services. We are required to register deeds. We are required to keep records of county actions. Those are the responsibilities of those three offices. But under the system that we are working with right now, we have considered those to be Tier 2 services because we have the ability to determine how much of the service we are going to provide.
But we have to provide that service, and it's an absolute mandate from the state. We cannot avoid that. So in that sense, it's a requirement.
And similarly, we are required to, as the Board of Public Health, you are required to provide public health services. But that is a Tier 3 activity because most of it is Tier 3 activity because the level at which we provide the service, the resources that we allocate to that service, we have considerable discretion about.
Well, maybe I'm getting into semantics in terms of we can talk about exactly how much money gets appropriated, but the bottom line from a provision is it shall be provided because the state says the county shall. I see nodding of yes. So that's my point. Thank you.
I think also it would take into account that there are services much like Commissioner Norton explained in terms of public health or ComCare that extend out of Tier 3. They're just not in Tier 3. So you have some that are in Tier 2, et cetera. So you got to keep that in mind that, just because you're in a Tier 3, Tier 2, it's a means of not just prioritizing within a tier, but also across the organization and means to manage that, which is why the organizational structure is now managed that way with an executive over each one of those tiers. It's going to make a huge difference. For instance, ComCare and the health department, et cetera, didn't get any cuts except for the travel immunization that was given to us by the health department as a means for efficiency. So it's all taken into account in terms of the grand calculus and what we come out with. But everything can't be a Tier 1. Everything can't be a Tier 2, et cetera. You got to put it in a pot and put a hard charger over that to make sure it's managed and appropriately administered.
Let me just comment on that. I liken this to the education debate that happens at the state level frequently. I think we all would agree that funding education is a constitutional requirement. It's obviously a Tier 1 function for the state legislature, but at some level it becomes discretionary, and of course we can debate whether or not the legislature is doing it correctly, and that's why it goes to court, and then the court will explain to them that they're not doing it enough, and so obviously even what they consider to be discretionary really ends up being a Tier 1 function if that's the decision that the courts make. But so there, I see some correlation of things like that go on around us, and just because it's a tier, because we right now might say something's Tier 3 doesn't mean it's not important. That's not the message at all. It just means we have more discretion about the level of funding and that type of thing. And of course, that's obviously debatable. Some commissioners might believe that something should be a Tier 1 function. Others might see that as a Tier 2 function or whatever. So we can certainly have those discussions and move things up and down that priority list. But I think that priority-based budgeting does give us the structure to at least have conversations on where you put those precious dollars first, and where you in things that you maybe have some level of discretion about. So it doesn't mean that those things are not important, not at all. It just means you have different levels of discretion. That's all. That's the way I would say it. So anyway, any other comments or questions from commissioners? Okay. All right. Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. And so, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Unruh?
Aye.
Commissioner Norton?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterjohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Ranzau?
Aye.
Chairman Howell?
Aye. Very good. We've been going for 2 hours at this point. I think we've got a fair amount of discussion likely on the next agenda item, so I would like to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll come back at 11:08. And Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item D, consideration of a grant for the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services.
Good morning, Commissioners. Annette Graham, Department on Aging. What I have for you today is the area plan for the Central Plains Area Agency on Aging. We've been receiving these funds for 36 years. The Kansas Department on Aging and Disability Services require all 11 area agencies on aging in Kansas to submit annually an area plan that outlines how we will use the funds that are allocated for our planning area. Our area consists of Butler, Harvey, and Sedgwick County. We use these funds based on needs assessments that are done on a regular basis. So for the 2015 funding year that begins October 1, 2016, runs through September 30th, 2017, we have reviewed with our advisory council the funding recommendations. The funding recommendations are very specific to certain titles that are established by the federal government for the Older Americans Act. On May 18th, the Central Plains Area Agency on Aging also held a public hearing on the area plan to gather comments. On the same day, that was approved then by our council. The area plan will fund the following programs in 2017. There are $126,207 for Title III administration. Those funds are taken out of the other titles, and the state does establish a certain amount that we can use for administration dollars. Under Title IIIB, there are community and support service programs. There are $468,022. Title IIIC is nutrition. That's our congregate program. The federal dollars for that are $722,427. State dollars, $24,950, and NSIP, which is Nutrition Services Improvement Plan, is $58,235. Title IIIC2 is our home delivered program, also known as Meals on Wheels. There are $387,564 for federal. State dollars are $785,327, and the NSIP dollar amount is $161,103. Title IIID is our Health Promotion and Disease Prevention Program. That is $35,938. Title IIIE is the Family Caregiver Support Program at $251,547. These dollar amounts are our estimated budget. This is based on our area plan funding allocation that was just based on 2016, because at that point in time we had not received the actual 2017 dollar allocation. So this will be able to be revised once that is received and implemented into the plan. The grant total is $3,021,320. The required match is $175,619. Out of that, the Sedgwick County responsibility is $65,911. The providers, Butler and Harvey County, provide the remaining match. Now, for the $65,911, we do make sure that those funds are only allocated to the services that are provided for individuals residing in Sedgwick County. With this area plan and with our planning and service area, approximately 80% of the seniors covered by this reside in Sedgwick County, about 12% in Butler, and about 8% in Harvey. actual utilization of services probably exceeds a little bit over 80% that's actually utilized by residents in Sedgwick County. And part of that is related to the service provision. When we do look for providers to provide these services, a lot of times we don't have a lot of interest in Butler and Harvey County areas. We do work with providers to make sure as much as possible those services are provided in all three counties. And for each county, we contract with the Butler County Department on Aging and the Harvey County Department on Aging to provide some of the core services, which includes information and assistance under the community-based services, Title 3B, under 3E, the caregiver services, and some of the in-home services also for both of those programs. So these dollars, as I indicated, are allocated by the state of Kansas to each area agency on aging. They use an allocation formula, so it's not like they just tell us how much they're going to give us every year, and then we report back through this area plan how we will be utilizing those programs and those funding dollars. There really wasn't a lot of change from the previous years, basically the same providers. As you might recall, that we did have a new nutrition program provider last year that started October 1st of this year, of 2015, and that was due to Red Cross deciding that they would no longer be able to provide that program. So that new provider has been in place now. I think as you were aware, we've talked about this a little bit before, there had been some kind of rough times during the beginning implementation of that. Most of those issues have now been addressed, and they had put in a proposal to again provide that service for the next fiscal year. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions and would request that you approve the grant and authorize the signature for that.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Just want to point out we're about to accept another federal grant. So, in light of our earlier discussion, here we go. I am also very supportive of this. Thank you for the good presentation. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other discussion. Oh, Commissioner Peter John?
I'll just get into the appreciate your comments in terms of the number of seniors from each of the three counties. Could you just talk for a minute in terms of how we're in a position to make sure that county tax funds stay in Sedgwick County for this program?
We oversee all the reporting, all the service delivery comes back in through us. So we work with a variety of providers, and we provide some of the core services by our own staff. Those core services, as I mentioned before, were information and assistance, both under the in-home community services program and under the National Family Caregiver Support Program. So we have staff that actually provide those services, and we monitor the service delivery and make sure that those matching funds only go in those core programs to those individuals that reside in Sedgwick County. We also have the in-home service program, where we have a case manager who does the assessment and the ongoing case management for the 90-day in-home service program, and the majority of those services are provided, again, in Sedgwick County.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other discussion, before we go to the vote, I should ask, does anybody from the public want to speak to this agenda item? All right. Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Unruh?
Aye.
Commissioner Norton?
Aye.
Commissioner Peter John?
Aye.
Commissioner Ransall?
Aye.
Chairman Howell?
Aye. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item E, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts regular meeting on July 7th, 2016, and a special meeting of July 11th, 2016.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director. The meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts, our regular meeting of July 7th, results in one item, and this item is the voting system for the Elections Office. The recommendation from this meeting is to accept the proposal from Election Systems and Software, LLC, for an estimated initial purchase of $4,372,895, plus 9 years of maintenance and support, and that total is $2,289,375, and an initial negotiated peripheral purchase of $1,179,300. This will make a total estimated 10-year cost of $7,841,570. And along with that, we'd like to establish contract pricing for hardware, software, maintenance and support, and also establish unit pricing for the system consumables, maintenance supplies, and the ADA peripherals for 10 years. And the results of the special meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts, this meeting was conducted on July 11th, involves the electronic monitoring service for the Department of Corrections. This recommendation is to accept the proposal from Premier Monitoring and establish contract pricing for 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. We also have representatives that could do the same, and I recommend approval of both items.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Thomas. At this time, I'd like to open this up to the public and ask, is there anybody from the public that wants to speak to this item? And I actually have 3 people who signed up to speak. Let me go ahead and recognize them first. And then after that, we will allow others to speak as well if you so desire. I'd like to go ahead and begin with asking Beth Clarkson. And we'd like to plan on use about 5 minutes per person if possible. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I have some slides that I brought with me. This slide I wanted to bring out. This is from an article that I just published in the Kansas Journal of Law and Public Policy. There are copies of that can be passed around. And I don't want to go into the details because this is I have a PhD in statistics, and all of the details of this analysis are given in my article. But in short, this is a graph of the Wichita precincts, that's here in Sedgwick County, for the 2014 election. The Attorney General, the Secretary of State, the Senate, and the Governor, as well as all the registered Republicans. This is what's called a cumulative summation analysis. It's an excellent analysis for detecting trends in noisy data sets, which is what voting share data is. And this basically looks like our elections are being rigged. That's what it looks like. I can't say that they are, because the only way to prove that that is going on is to actually look at the paper records of the voting machines. I've sued to get access to those in order to be able to confirm this theory, but I've been denied access. This is on our current voting machines, which is the electronic software and the election software and systems. I believe that's it. Anyway, that's what they're recommending we purchase as new replacement equipment. And I cannot support this because our current equipment made by that vendor looks like our elections are being rigged. Now I have a hypothetical question for our county commissioners. What happens if someone were to manipulate our voting machines and we were to catch them at it? We were to actually have proof. If they're in Sedgwick County, we can notify the proper authorities, they'll be arrested, and hopefully justice will be served. Even if they live and work in another U.S. state, election tampering is a federal crime, and consequences can be invoked across those state lines by notifying the proper authorities again. But what if they don't live and work in the United States? ES&S Corporation is headquartered in Canada. What if we actually discovered that our voting machines were being rigged and the perpetrator lived and worked in Canada? What's going to happen? I don't know. Hopefully there would be some method to get some sort of justice, but as in the Volkswagen scandal from last year, it turned out it was perpetrated by a few individuals working within the company. Most of the company did not know, and they may eventually make settlements and pay fines, but no one's going to go to jail because they're in a foreign country. And I really don't think it's wise for our voting equipment, the foundation of our democratic process, to be outsourced to a foreign corporation. I have a real problem with that. Now, being located in the U.S. was not a requirement of the RFP when they looked at this, and I'm not sure that it should be. That seems to me that that's a factor that's best weighed by our elected officials. But I would ask you to take that into consideration when you make your decision and vote on this proposal. And to give you an example of what kind of cost we're talking about, ES&S did have the lowest bid. The next lowest bid, Henry M. Adkins and Son, located in Missouri, which is not that far away, was only a little under $300,000 more. And if you look at that in comparison to the number of registered voters here in Sedgwick County, you're talking about to move our control of our electronic voting counting machines to an outside company as opposed to a U.S. company is a cost savings of less than a dime per voter per year. I'm getting a note that says 30 seconds. I would like to at least give you some thought to think about, do we even need machines to count our votes? We don't. The only way to get total transparency is with voter-marked, publicly observable, hand-counted ballots. But what cost savings are generated when we use this computerized equipment as opposed to counting all ballots by hand? We don't have any idea. We use these computers. We are outsourcing the fundamental process of democracy, and I would hope that you would at least look into it enough to know what are the cost savings that we're generating by doing so. And I'll conclude at that point. Thank you.
Ms. Clarkson, if you don't mind, because of your history with this topic, I wouldn't mind giving you just a couple more minutes if that's what you need to finish up any other points.
Well, thank you very much. Those are my main points. I do think that it is important to reconsider whether or not this expensive voting equipment is, in fact, what we want to do, even assuming that it does provide us cost savings. I would ask that rather than purchasing any system, that you table that purchase until we get information on what the costs would be to do that 100% hand count of ballots, and what are those costs relative to those non-transparent counting machines. It does make sense to have ballot marking devices to assist disabled citizens, but we don't need that. And I would ask that you instead of making a decision today, that you ask our election commissioner to prepare an estimate of what those costs would be to do without that equipment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Clarkson. I think I have a comment or question from Commissioner Ranzau.
Could you go back to your first slide, I think?
Certainly.
Okay, now explain to me what this is saying.
What this is saying, this is what's called a cumulative vote share graph. Mm-hmm. On the y-axis, the up and down axis, you see the percent of the share of the vote that each of those candidates had, or in the case of the bottom line, the light blue line on the bottom, that's the share of the Republicans registered in those precincts. We accumulate those starting with the smallest precinct, which would only have 1 or 2 voters in it, up to the largest precinct, which has several hundred. And what we expect to see with this particular type of analysis, if there is no underlying factor that it's affecting vote share, and then you're going to see a more or less flat line. When you see a trend, that indicates that that factor that you're summing the votes up in is in fact influential in determining that final vote share. And what this says is that as the number of votes cast in a precinct increases, you see an increase, the Republican candidate getting an increasing share of the vote, and this is far in excess of any increase in the share of the Republican voters registered within that precinct. This is a sign that our elections are being rigged.
Well, could it be a sign that just more Republicans are showing up in that district? You're making a large leap there, I would say. I mean, there's any number of factors that could be caused.
There are any number of factors that could cause that. I absolutely cannot say that is the cause. In order to say that is the cause, I would have to look at the ballots and do a hand count to verify that those counts are accurate. That's the only way to tell our machines are being rigged. That's not being done now, and I'm not being allowed to do it.
Okay. Tell me again, and tell me if this is in this article here, but you're saying as a number of people registered in the precinct goes up.
Yes.
More people registered.
Mm-hmm.
Or
more people show up to vote at that precinct.
In the precinct, the more it ends up being Republican.
The higher the vote share of these Republican candidates that I've graphed here.
The higher the turnout in that precinct, the higher the Republican share.
The higher the number of votes cast in the precinct. That's unrelated to turnout because we're not looking at how many people were registered to vote versus how many people showed up. We're looking at how many people showed up to vote. How many people actually cast a ballot?
That is turnout. The more people that show up, that's people turning out.
It's not turnout relative to how many people were registered.
Well, I didn't say it was, but it's just
okay.
The more people show up.
The more people that show up, the higher the percentage of the Republican vote for these candidates. By the way, in the Democratic primaries this year, it's been to Hillary Clinton. So this is not a Republican problem. This is a voting machine problem.
Now, I think it's a turnout issue, but nevertheless.
But I have here graphed on this, you can see this is the percent of the vote of Republicans, registered Republicans in those precincts.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, thank you.
Is that normal? It's certainly not expected.
I think I have a couple of questions as well, but I'm going to recognize Commissioner Peter John.
Yes, let me, just so I understand this graph that you have here, you've looked just at Wichita precincts?
This is just Wichita precincts. In my article, you will find additional graphs that have different breakdowns, include all of Kansas.
Okay, because I was curious if you had looked at the statewide numbers and
Yes, I have.
Okay, because to make the assertion, and it's a rather strong assertion that you've made, I thought it was rather, I was thinking through my own district in terms of West Wichita, we have some very, very large precincts there.
You have some very large precincts, yes.
And how the numbers, as opposed to some other parts of Wichita that have smaller precincts, and to come up with a rather large leap that you've made on the assertion. The election commissioner, and I was one of a number of commissioners who participated when they had two of the machine providers in to look at it. Did you participate in that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I was interested because it seemed like there was quite a fairly significant consensus from the people I talked to that were leaning towards one piece of equipment rather than the other. But I thought there were an awful lot of folks who participated in the process, and I felt pretty comfortable in that in terms of having public participation. I thought that was very helpful in clearing the air about allegations, because to say something's rigged, I mean,
that's what the data looks like to me.
Look at it. I mean, I could cite for the fact that in 2006 there were candidates for the Kansas legislature. In fact, they were both incumbents, who carried every precinct on election day and lost their elections by significant margins. I don't remember allegations at that time, but I am interested in terms of having obviously having fair elections is paramount in this age.
Absolutely.
When we have a lot of people who, we're talking about not even requiring citizenship for people being able to vote in some communities. Fortunately, that's not here.
Really? I've never heard anybody say non-citizens should not be allowed to vote. Now, some countries do allow that, but never heard that proposed here in the U.S.
It didn't say here in Kansas, but in other parts of the United States. In fact, there was talk about it in, I believe, both places in California and in New York. But be that as it may, this rather strong assertion that you've made here, I was interested in terms of seeing if this could be delineated between other Kansas counties as well, because you filed a lawsuit, didn't you, on this?
I filed a lawsuit. I've requested access to actually look at the voting machine records in order to check and verify, because without looking at those records, I cannot say definitively that it's been rigged. I can only say that the data shows every indication that it's being rigged.
Well, what's the status of your lawsuit?
Status of my lawsuit is an appeal has been filed, but it will take a year to 2 years to work through the system.
So what did the district court rule?
The district court ruled I was not allowed to see those records.
Well, thank you.
Let me continue that question, because I think it's important to note that Sedgwick County has this on our platform, a legislative platform, that we are asking the state to change the statutes regarding the privacy of voters. We don't want to find out what people vote on. That's not the point. We want to open this up to an audit.
Yes.
We support
Thank you
and the issue of auditing the election, and we have actually testified to that extent. We've gone to Topeka. We have submitted written testimony at the elections committee in the legislature asking them to allow us to have an audit. In fact, this last year that bill moved forward. However, there were some other issues that got attached to it, so it did not pass out, unfortunately. But there was the final thing that did move the farthest forward was to allow Sedgwick County specifically to do an audit. We continue to support the idea. And
Thank you.
So the idea that we're trying to have some conspiracy, there's people here that are doing corrupt.
I'm sorry, I'm not alleging any kind of conspiracy, certainly not anyone here in Sedgwick County.
Right.
With our machines, they have been documented as being, unfortunately, easily hacked, and our software and those machines are being provided by people that are from outside this area.
But now, just to be clear, now you've seen the similar results across the entire state of Kansas.
I have seen similar results across the country. It is not a Sedgwick County problem, but we are not immune to it either.
Every county would have to have the same type of illegal hacking would have to go.
No.
It would have to happen everywhere.
No, all it would have to happen is that the software be infected.
Okay, so you're saying that the proprietary software that's inside that machine would have to be manipulated by someone who has the skill set to do that, which would probably mean someone.
It would need someone with both the skill set and also someone with the access to be able to insert it into there. Although access is not necessarily a big issue or a big problem in certain areas.
And let me also say, I've read some of your material.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you've seen a similar problem in some states skewing towards Democratic voters. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you also seen similar trends with other types of equipment? There have been other equipment that has
electronic voting equipment is the big issue.
Okay.
In particular, the current machines that we use now, which are the direct record electronic and either do not have a paper trail, such as Johnson County, or have an inaccessible paper trail, such as here in Sedgwick County, show the worst signs. The proposed system, which has a full paper trail, show less symptoms of it, but it can still be, anytime you're using a computer to count the votes, you're losing transparency, and it has to be verified with a excellent audit in order to have confidence in those results.
No, because these are nationally certified. There's standards, federal standards for this equipment. So this is.
I'm afraid I don't have a very high opinion of those federal standards.
Let me make my point though. This is popular equipment across the country.
Yes.
Whether we use ENS&S, the Votronic machines
Yes.
we use now, or this new equipment. This is equipment that is popular amongst other states and other counties
Yes.
and other cities. And so, are there other states that do audits?
Yes, there are other states that do audits. Hold on. Unfortunately, here I have a point about that. Illinois, in Chicago, at the Board of Election meeting this April, it was on, this is the last point on this slide, the Board of Election meeting in April for the primary election that they held in March. Basically, they had multiple citizen observers testifying that the audit was a farce with fraudulent activity taking place before their eyes, and yet those voting machine results were certified, and those citizen observers were ignored.
Okay, and to that extent, let me just say that we you know, we didn't create this equipment. We purchased it.
No,
and
we
it's
did
federally
not.
certified, and there would have to be a pretty. And I know you don't want to use the word conspiracy, but there have to be a very large conspiracy across the
there
nation
would not.
to let this type of skewing happen.
There would not.
Unchecked. No.
No.
Okay. Let me say also, we do an open testing, open to the public, a testing of our equipment every election cycle.
Testing of equipment only shows that it is capable of doing the job. I am perfectly willing to grant that our machinery is capable of doing the job. The question is it? And we can only tell that with post-election audits.
So in my sinister idea that trying to respond to that, if I was going to be a sinister person and do this thing, if I worked at ENS and I was or another company that may be similar to ENS, because it's not just it's anybody who produces electronic equipment. It'd have to say something like maybe any Tuesday in November, skew the results. That would be the way that they would do this. It would not.
That would be one
way
way to do that, and it would pass all tests. But then on the election day, something else might occur.
All right. Again,
think about Volkswagen, if you will. Only a few people in a very large company had any knowledge or input into this, and yet they fooled testers all across the world, including in the U.S.
And let me just say, our processes and procedures are open to the public. They can watch us do every step of the process. We actually have as a requirement, I guess, of processes and procedures, we have to have bipartisan staff and bipartisan poll workers.
Yes.
So when we go to poll site, there's people watching people, and we want to make sure there's plenty of people watching each other.
There are a lot of checks and balances. We have excellent custody of the ballots, that sort of thing. But anytime you are inputting data into the computer and the computer spits out a tape, all the observers can do is say, yeah, I watched it spit out those results. They cannot verify that those results are correct.
Okay. And again, we support the idea, but again, it's not us, it's not Sedgwick County that's resisting the audit. We're actually very supportive. So
no, Sedgwick County, at least, yes, you've been very supportive. Our Secretary of State has been less so. And in fact, all of the election officials that I have met here in Sedgwick County, I feel are excellent individuals working hard to ensure that we're having a fair election. But our elections are going to be no better than the equipment that we purchase. And again, I would ask that you not purchase from the same vendors that show signs of rigged elections currently with our current equipment.
But you would not be happy with any electronic equipment.
What?
You would not want us to purchase any electronic equipment. You want us to go to
I think you should at least look into it in terms of what the cost is. If you are going to use electronic equipment, the equipment that's been proposed is much better than what we're currently using, and I would certainly recommend that you go with a U.S. corporation as opposed to a foreign corporation.
Okay. And again, we'd opened up the review of this equipment to the public, and we had around 200 people, I guess, came and looked at the equipment personally. They got to use it. There was a weighted, I don't have information in front of me, but there was a weighted assessment on a number of items.
Yes.
And the total points, I believe, by ENS&S versus the Henry M. Atkins equipment was about a 700-point spread between the two. One having around 2,000 points, the other one having about 1,300.
I'm sorry,
maybe wrong on my numbers.
The review that I got sent was only a 200-point assessment.
There was like about 5 or 6 items, and they had a scale of 1 to 5 on each.
They had about a dozen different items, and they were ranged in points from 5 to 50, I think, in various
After public
weightings.
comment, I see the election commissioners here, so I'd like to ask her to verify my details on that. But I do think it's important to note that the public weighed in. The League of Women Voters was here, and Vision came in to look at this in terms of disability, accessible voting equipment. they invited key players from around the community that seemed to probably would have a likely opinion. And based on all the input from all the folks that looked at that, there was a assessment done, and the statistical result of that was heavily weighted towards ENS&S. And my personal opinion is, I looked at the, again, assuming that we get the audit statutory language changed, and I hope we do, there was a lot of paper trail, a lot of checks and balances in place in the ENS&S equipment that says it's designed to be audited. There's things that's built into that makes an audit more streamlined. Takes a photograph of the ballots, for example, and it does. I don't know what all things it does, but it does. There's multiple file places where it creates files that can be verified against each other, and things like that. So the security of the election on the ENS&S, I thought, was very well thought out. And
yes, it was very well thought out. And as I said, I have no doubts that the machinery is absolutely capable of doing excellent work. My concern is that how can we know without audits? And if we were to discover that things were not as they should be, how are we going to proceed if we are dealing with a foreign corporation?
And again, I agree with you. We want to do the audits, but until we can get the state law to change, that's not possible. Okay, so we're on your side on that issue, but it's not because of us not wanting to do it. We want to do that. We just can't because the state law doesn't allow us to do so under the current interpretation by the judges that have weighed in on this issue. I want to make one point, though, and that you made one of your strongest points was this was a Canadian company. I'm looking at their website. It's ESSvote.com, and it says right at the bottom of their page, it says ENS&S. They sell all kinds of election stuff. It's all over their page. At the bottom, it says ES&S headquarters is 11208 John Galt Boulevard, Omaha, Nebraska, 68137.
Yes, I believe that would be their American branch.
Well, they have an affiliate in Canada, but in fact, is there? We'll get to this in a few minutes as well. But I just want to make the point that I talked with them. They are an American company. Okay, they do sell some stuff in Canada, but they are an American company.
My understanding is they're incorporated in Canada.
I would have to disagree with you because I've checked it out, and I know this for a fact. I talked to him yesterday that they are headquartered in Nebraska. Okay. So I want to make that point. Okay. That was one of your major points. I want to clarify that right now that they are an American company.
When I looked on their website, they indicated that they were headquartered in Canada.
They have an affiliate. It's called ES&S Canada, but that's not their headquarters. The headquarters is in Nebraska, 5 hours from here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll make some other comments in a few minutes.
I still have concerns with regard to the fact that I don't trust their current equipment. I don't want to trust their new equipment.
And I'm going to get into that in a few minutes because I do believe there's some balanced comments I want to make regarding paper ballots and how they work and how good or bad they are. So I'll get to that in a minute. If you don't mind, we'll get maybe Commissioner Renzo has other comments or questions.
Go back to that one you talked about, Chicago.
Chicago, yes. I have a website. It's in the notes on this PowerPoint presentation if you want to know where that's.
You're talking about in Illinois, it requires voting machines are audited. This is an audit by people.
This is an audit by people. In Chicago, it's required by state law 5% of their voting machines be audited.
Okay, and you're saying that the multiple observers testified that the audit was a farce with fraudulent activity being taken place by people.
Yes.
Well, I have no doubt that's probably true. But that's an indictment of the people running those audits, not necessarily
Absolutely. It's an indictment of the people running those audits.
Right.
But the reason I brought this up is because it has to do with transparency. Transparency, voter-marked, publicly observed, hand-counted paper ballots are the only way to provide complete transparency of voting results to the public. You can do rigorous auditing procedures, and I'm a statistician. I work out those sampling plans and how you would do them to get whatever level of confidence you want in terms of your error rate. Okay? So I am absolutely 100%. You can do audits and get that assurance. But that only provides assurance to people who trust in the people who are doing the audits.
Well, I'll just say this and then I have a question for you. That this system produces a paper ballot that is then run through a machine.
Yes.
I would argue machine counting is more accurate and less open to fraud than having
It's more
individual people like this. I mean, you could have people like this counting and being fraudulent about it.
It's more accurate in terms of error rates. You can absolutely get machines that will be more accurate than human counters. But it's not easily detected if they're wrong without those auditing procedures. So you have to have either auditing procedures or 100 counted the vote, and it has to be public in order to have the public confidence and transparency in what's going on. And given what happened in Chicago, I no longer have faith that that's something that we can depend on.
I got you. And I'm not going to talk about the auditing because the chairman's talked about that. But one question on that slide with the data, do you have that data that's used to base that chart? I mean, in a form that you can send that to us, like Excel or something?
Absolutely, and all of this data comes from the Election Commissioner's website.
Would you be willing
it's all publicly available data.
But would you be willing to send me the Excel files that
Certainly.
you're using for that? I'd appreciate it. I want to take a look at that.
Sure.
Thank you.
I have one more question for you as well. That is looking at that data. I seem to have lost it here somewhere. But anyway, looking at that data, that is, the bottom line is registered voters. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's Republican registered voters.
I'm sorry, this one? Yes.
The bottom line.
That is the percent of registered Republican voters in the precincts.
And the top four lines are results of people who voted for Republican offices. Okay. Where is the, in the general election, this is a general election, not a primary, in the general election here. So we're talking about people who are Democrats might vote Republican?
Yes.
And Republicans might vote Democrat?
Republicans might vote Democrat, and roughly a third of our voters are not registered with either party.
Yeah. What about, so the unaffiliated are buried potentially in those Republican results?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
That they are all above that blue line is not an indictment. The fact that the blue line rises the fact that the blue line is relatively stable, whereas the other lines all show a sharp increase, is what is concerning.
Okay, so, and again, I can theorize why that might be. I think, again, I've talked to lots
There are a lot of possible theories about why that might be. My point is that if our machines were being rigged, this is what the data would look like.
Okay, and again, I'll use the word conspiracy. That would take a lot of conspiracy for that to happen. I know we have to agree to disagree on that. Okay?
We'll have to disagree on that, but unfortunately, as Volkswagen shows, you can have a very small conspiracy with a very large impact.
Have you ever done any exit polling to ask people who are unaffiliated what they did at the poll site? Okay, because I think, again, this is anecdotal, but I've talked to lots of people at the doors, especially right before a general election, and to find out that there's a lot of people who are upset with their party that they used to belong to, and they've gone to the unaffiliated position, but given the chance to vote, they probably will end up voting for someone who tends to agree with their ideology somewhat. So there again, the assumption might be that the unaffiliated is going to be split across all candidates. I think that's a
There's no assumption like that made. Okay. I'm not making any assumption of how the unaffiliated would vote or that Republicans always vote Republican. I'm only showing that for comparison, that you cannot justify that increase with a similar increase in registered Republican voters in those precincts.
Okay. All right. I'll have some more comments about paper ballots in a little while. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Clarkson? Okay, Ms. Clarkson, please have a seat. Thank you for your comments. I'd like to call up Jane Burns. She had to leave. Okay. Next up is Joy Dara.
Hello, I'm Dr. Joy Dara. I reside at 6620 North Greenwich Road, Wichita, Kansas, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'd also like to express my gratitude to Dr. Beth Clarkson for her hard work, which has not been financially or politically motivated, and I greatly appreciate that. I appreciate my privilege to be able to vote in an election. Voting, half of the voting is casting the vote. Half of the voting is having that vote counted accurately. And so I greatly appreciate her efforts, as well as those other people who have substantiated what her data has shown. what I'm here today for is to ask you to please exercise your privilege and responsibility to assure that my vote is counted accurately. And I think that it's reasonable to look into the cost of the paper ballot and counting it that way. I think it's reasonable to postpone the vote today until we have better data. We do not have a state that will allow us to audit our vote at this time, and because of that, I think we need to act accordingly. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Thank you, Dr. Dara. Anybody else from the public would like to speak on this agenda item? All right, I see a few other hands up there. Please come. If you don't mind, let me go back to Ms. Bradley, if you don't mind. Let Ms. Bradley go next, and then we'll work our way around. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janice Bradley, and I'm at 214 Buckridge. And I've been following the work of Dr. Clarkson for more than a year now. And basically, I think what she's saying, and I do have a question about this, which maybe someone can clear up, about these machines. Do these machines allow the data to be audited if we had the law to do that? You think so?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
they create a paper ballot for every single voter.
These machines do?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there is a paper ballot. I mean, I vote by paper ballot now. That's what the mail-in ballot that we're trying to get everybody to sign up for is. It is a paper ballot. And so I would just want to say that I would support people actively requesting a paper ballot when they go to vote, or do the mail-in ballot. It allows you to sit down with it and ponder over it and Google people's names and find out all kinds of things that you want in your own home before you sign and send it in. So that would be my recommendation on this. But I think what Dr. Clarkson is saying is without the audits, you can't tell that it hasn't been rigged. And her data is leaning towards, her data is basically showing that there's something questionable going on. So I appreciate the county's support for audits. Hope we can get that law. And also, Commissioner House, support your the way you're running these meetings and allowing people to speak, giving her extra time, etc. I think that's really important.
I really appreciate your final comment especially. Thank you for that. Okay, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Bill Anderson. I live at 1227 Jefferson. I'm a constituent of Commissioner Ranzow. I'd like to support Janice's statement about this is the most open of city council, BOE, or legislative forum meetings I've attended. You guys are very receptive to our input. You are reasonable about the time limitations, and I certainly appreciate that, and I do feel welcome by you people, all of you. Thank you very much. In regards to what Dr. Clarkson has been saying, when I first read her articles, it certainly piqued my interest. I attended the hearing, which went against us, her and us. I consider her working for us. I just have two quick observations. It used to be a joke, and I'd laugh at it, and it's no longer as funny as it was. The joke was, well, we reached the point where a 16-year-old kid in Finland can determine who's going to be president of the United States. That was a joke at one time. It doesn't seem to be as far-fetched. And I would like to close with a paraphrase of what Joe Stalin once said. I don't care who votes. What I care is who counts the votes. So thank you very much. And this is a serious, serious concern. I'm only using paper. And thank you very much for supporting an audit. We have to have confidence that our votes are going to be counted. That's all we got. we have no other control, really. So, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And, yeah, good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I appreciate your comments. Anybody else? Please come to the podium and state your name and address. Bring it in.
Hello, I'm Megan Wright-Hagan. I'm at
from 825 North Sagebrush Court, Wichita, Kansas, and my representative is Dave Unruh. Thank you for opening this up where you did not have to sign up early to make a comment. You had talked about the public access to evaluate the machines, and I was one of those people who attended that. And on the survey form afterwards, it did ask about reliability of the machines. In my comments, I pointed out that you really could not determine the reliability of the machines in terms of how the machines acted, in terms of they had people who actually worked the polls who went to evaluate the machines. So they would have been looking at it in terms of performing their job. So what they needed to report back, how easy was that to access, things like that. But in terms of reliability with the time constraints involved, it really was not set up for you to be able to do that. They had a pile of paper there. They threaded through. It showed results. We did not go back and count, look through the pile of paper to decide on the sample conditions, like how many liked the color red versus the yellow color blue, or the ice cream flavor versus some other issues. We did not determine reliability, and that's the question here, is the reliability of the machines. As a citizen, I think with the process that we have gone through here, I have been disappointed to find out that our election commission was not automatically performing post audits with an independent tester to determine who would select what to test and to verify whether the results actually reflected what the voters indicated. I do feel that that's necessary. When you're talking about going through a group like ES&S, I did attend the primary results from the 2014 elections in Butler County, and one of the things that stood out, that they had just acquired ES&S machines, and they had not purchased the paper tape to go with it, so they do not have a way of auditing it. When they had the primaries, that was the meeting that I had attended. There was something that happened with one district in there where the questions didn't match up exactly with the rest of them. So there was one district that they were having problems getting results from. So you had the city clerk there saying, because of that, we called the ES&S guru in, and the guru suggested not releasing any of the results until they had all of the results together. So on their primaries, they didn't get results until like after 11 o'clock at night, when everybody else got results much, much sooner. So when you're allowing a company to do that, your city clerk can be very honest, really wanting to prepare having the most honest election ever, but you have all of your balls in one basket on this ES&S guru with proprietary information that you really have no idea. And so he has access to all of that information until it's all released after 11 o'clock. He could do anything. You don't know. That's the problem. That's the problem, and why you need to be able to audit with an independent auditor who would select things properly so it would be a proper audit, why you need to have non-proprietary software so that you when you have even honest election commissioners or city clerks, that they could go in and verify that the results are exactly what the voters asked for. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. And I didn't catch your last name exactly, but...
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a hyphenated name.
Okay.
It's Wright-Hagen.
I'm not even going to try to say that, but I heard you...
Wright-Hagen, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Megan.
Sure.
Is anybody else from the audience here want to speak to the agenda item? Yes, sir. Please come to the podium.
Mr. Chairman and Directors, thank you. Dick Jablonski with Election System Software. So I just thought I would chat today to make sure it was well documented that we are from Omaha. We are incorporated in 1979, and we've been in Omaha, Nebraska ever since. So
thank you.
Yes.
was mistaken about that, and I apologize.
One of our competitors is from Canada, so there may have been some confusion, so I understand that. But we're definitely out of Omaha, Nebraska. In terms of our equipment, and I know we talked about certification. It is federally certified, state certified in all the states. We're in 42 states in America. So there are debates like this before equipment is purchased. But there are audits that occur clear across this country, and they happen in recounts, close recounts. And I think if you look at audit process, they go very well, and I think you'll find that the equipment is extremely accurate. I've been a part of those audits. They calm the nerves of someone that is seeing new technology for the first time. But I would tell you today that we're honored to be in this process, but the technology that you are looking to purchase is state of the art. It's done very well. It's certified nationally and on a state, across all states. And I think it would calm someone to actually see how it works, which you have done. And when you do the audit, it validates and gives you a sense of comfort that you may not have when you look at technology from afar. So I wanted to make those comments today and address any questions as a vendor.
First comment I have for you, can you please describe the audit process? If we get the state law changed, what things are built into the system that would allow us to actually audit its accuracy?
Yeah, first of all, I'm a vice president of finance, so I'm a numbers person.
Okay.
So I like statistics, I like numbers, and so whenever you have a paper ballot, you got the best of both worlds here. You feed it through a high-speed machine that can count, that is extremely accurate. And it also gives you the ability to, if there's a close race, whether it's a certain number of precincts or if you need to do it county-wide, there is a process where you can sit down and count each and every one of those ballots secondarily. There are many jurisdictions across this country that do a random sample. They'll select a couple of precincts and they'll match those up to the number of people that signed in the poll book, the election results from the equipment, and they match that to a hand audit. So that is done in many jurisdictions across this country. In fact, it's done every election, and it does calm the nerves of those who are a little bit skeptical about the equipment accuracy. So that's done all the time. I would say second also, every time there is an election, there is a pretest done. And it proves, and you have a wonderful election officer who does a great job. There's a pre-election that shows that the equipment is zero when it starts. It feeds some sample ballots that are randomly marked. The machine will come with a result, and then those are hand counted. Once each of those machines is determined to be accurate, they are again zeroed, and they are sent to each of your precinct, and they are locked up so no one can intervene into that equipment. This is not internet-based equipment where you can hack it, tap into it from afar. Each machine is deployed individually and has been tested, what I would call certified, and is ready for zero status. Before each election starts, the precinct worker would run a tape that shows there are zero results on there. It's starting fresh from zero. So I think there's a lot of built-in safeguards that you have today and that you will enjoy in the future with this new equipment.
And what I remember is the first step is that the person goes to a machine after they checked in. They go to a machine and they make their selections, and it prints out a paper ballot showing those selections that the voter made. They can take that ballot and they can actually inspect it and verify that their selections are correct. And if they see a mistake, they can talk to a poll worker and they can start that process over again. Once they're satisfied the paper ballot has the correct markings on it and it's what they want it to say, they go over to a machine that actually scans that in, and you can see the tallies go up by the amounts.
Yes.
That's kind of the process. Now, I think alongside that, we still have the ballots we'll send through the mail, which are more like what we have today. and they could choose to fill out that type of ballot at the poll site, I believe. But I do want to make some comments about that process in just a moment. But what I've described in terms of the ENSS equipment, is that fairly accurate?
That's very accurate. I think it gives you the best of both worlds, to where that you can use technology to vote the ballot. You can then observe your ballot, and then you feed your ballot into a machine that would then increment by one and increment with those same results that came off the paper ballot. Should there ever be a close race, an actual recount, what I love about the system you're acquiring is that you can do those recounts with extreme ease and match to those same machine totals after the election to be certified.
Is there any way to connect a ballot back to a voter?
Never.
It's
There's
completely,
no way to do that.
completely secure and anonymous, so there's no one can ever be connected to an actual vote. Okay.
No, sir.
If there's a stray mark on that ballot or something wrong with that ballot, what's the machine do at that point?
Well, first of all, the equipment that you are purchasing is going to make a very determinate mark. And it's going to mark that ballot so that the machine that's going to read it is going to be absolutely certain. If the equipment had any doubt at all, we have built in so many safeguards to the equipment, it will reject that ballot immediately when the voter deposits the ballot into the machine and ask him to check again, and then here is the area of the ballot we would like you to review. So it really assists the voter on election day to say your ballot went through clean, or we'd like you to take a second look at this undeterminable mark. But the new technology that you're purchasing should have very, very few of those.
And it takes a photograph of every ballot, is that correct?
It does that, and the reason, and that's another very nice safeguard. The reason you do that is for quick tabulation of anyone that would like to write in a candidate. So write-in votes you can capture by an image, and you can have those quickly calculated on election night.
And in terms of the data storage, as the machines continue to tally those votes throughout the day, there's more than one place where that's recorded, if I remember correctly. It's recorded on something that they can take back to the election office, but there's also something that's embedded in that machine that cannot be accessed by poll workers. Is that correct? Or do you remember that at all?
There's a card that can be taken back to the election office, and the results are also stored in the machine. So you have a backup.
That's right.
You have two backup, a hard drive backup, and you have a flash drive.
And if the power goes out, this machine can operate through the day?
The machine has a battery that would last you throughout the election day.
Very good.
Yes.
I wanted to stress, the quality of these machines. Again, I think that they're much different than what we have today. Today, there's been arguments about I pushed this thing and something else responded because the screen is a touch screen and it's not calibrated maybe correctly, and so maybe there's been some people who've made that complaint. This completely solves that issue.
Yes, it does. Okay. Yes, it does.
I think it's great. I have some other comments I'll make in just a moment. Commissioner Peter John?
Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming and clarifying where you're based out of, among other things. And
welcome.
I want to visit about the privacy aspect, about how this system protects that, because there's a story I like to tell when I'm with my friends, and looking out at the audience, I see all my friends out here. When I first ran for county commission, there was one jurisdiction in my district, and it was a township, and I carried that district by a 5-to-1 margin. That was the actual vote total, 5-to-1, and it was good. It's good for a little laugh, but I mean, in terms of the privacy aspect, if that one voter who didn't vote for me had voted for me, the vote total would have been 6-0, and from a privacy point of view, I think we have an inherent problem when we have small election districts. But I'd like you to talk for a minute in terms of the privacy side of it, because when I go in to vote, I'll go in and they'll say, your voter X number, on the list, and I go in and cast my ballot. How do you assure the privacy in this system when basically there's a list out there and it'll show every voter in order who went in and cast their votes at that precinct on that day?
Yeah, each ballot, there are no numbers. There is no way to tie back to you. If you went in to cast your ballot, you're going to deposit your ballot into a machine, and it's going to get lumped in with all the other ballots. Inside the machine, they can be mixed up, and they are during the day. So there is no way that you could factually go back and say the 100th, 100 below here would be your particular ballot. They're all intermixed. So once they drop into the machine, there is just no way, no number, no schematic to be able to tie that back to you.
Because we've gotten into the issue in terms of the auditability, and that's one of the features why I think the election commissioner is making the recommendation she's made to get us to this point today. And privacy as well as accuracy are two important criteria that I'm looking at going forward. So I appreciate your comments and do want that to be a focus as we continue this discussion. Thank you.
What I do like, one last comment about that, if there were 6 voters, the machine would tally 6. So we can match the poll book. People who came out on election day signed in to the number of votes, ballots actually went through the equipment. So I like that audit step. You'll enjoy that. You have that today. But that's one way to make sure that there are no extra ballots put through a machine. It should always tie back to your poll book. And you have very good security and a process on that today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no other questions for you. Is there anybody else in the audience that wants to speak to the agenda item? Okay, sir, please come to the podium and state your name and address.
My name is Richard Harris, 623.5 Lulu in Wichita. I'm a retired computer expert and instructor, and I have worked with a lot of sensitive data all the way up to the Defense Department, and I have also worked with some sensitive data that was under the jurisdiction of the Sedgwick County government. I have had some, I'm coming completely unprepared. I turned on my TV just for a lunch break item and saw that you guys were talking about this and heard some questions raised by you, Mr. Chairman, and by others that I think suggested a lack of knowledge of the state of the art of computer security, and I wanted to clarify some things for you. Just quickly on my background, I have a degree in business computers and communications, and I have a state teaching certificate in adult education and computers. I taught a number of years for Wichita Area Votech and Wichita Area Technical College. I've been a computer analyst, a technician, manager, consultant, instructor, and consultant. The notion that you had raised, Mr. Chairman, that it would require some sort of a vast conspiracy to undermine the security system of a sensitive system such as a voting system is simply thoroughly debunked by decades of experience that the federal government, including the Defense Department, the National Security Agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, and a number of other sensitive organizations have had. They have had numerous situations in which they have been hacked by individuals. They have been hacked by individuals acting alone. They have been hacked by individuals acting from far outside their system, acting alone. They have been hacked by teenagers. I myself have had, let's say, unintended access to things just out of idle curiosity because somebody left a door open. And I can tell you that the notion that a government is going to be skilled at the art of maintaining computer security has been thoroughly debunked by history and is thoroughly debunked by developments as recently as within the last 5 years. The problem exists in two facts. One is the accelerating and highly competitive nature of the computer industry, in which every company is trying to beat out the other company with relatively low barriers to entry to competition, because all you have to have is a computer, some code, and some imagination, and you can whip up a pretty fantastic product. So somebody else has to have the same equipment and work just as hard as you and just as fast as you. And the commercial nature of American economy, in the free market economy where quarter to quarter is more important than the long-term outcomes, the fact of the matter is an awful lot of recklessness goes into the production of computer products. And computer products have never been particularly secure, but as time's gone on, they've gotten less and less so due to competitive pressures. As a result, nowadays, for instance, we are all dependent, almost all of us, in one way or another, are dependent upon either Google Android, Microsoft Windows, or an Apple operating system, which has been developed in haste in an attempt to get on the market before the competitor stole the market from them with the latest features such as some cute little game or some pretty little icon. Such trivial, superficial considerations trump security, quality, stability, and reliability in these systems. And so you see, for instance, with Microsoft, about every third operating system they turn out is a disaster. And they have to go back and do it over. And if you want to know how bad a disaster it is, try to operate your computer without doing updates on a daily basis. These are daily updates, multiple updates, many of which are security patches that Microsoft tells you are important and in some cases urgent. That's on a daily basis. Microsoft Windows is now a giant piece of Swiss cheese. It has so many features, so many bells and whistles, so many activities going on in it that it can be hacked from about a zillion different points. And all that's necessary is to get in through one. Microsoft Windows is not an exception. And in fact, this is an illusion that we've created for ourselves in this country, that somehow our computer systems, because they're created by clever people, are going to be secure. They are not, and they're getting less so with the passage of time. No corporation in America has the resources of security of the U.S. federal government, and the U.S. federal government can't keep their systems secure. I think I'll let you dwell on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris. I do want to respond. Please go ahead and have a seat. It's fine. I'm sorry. Commissioner Peterjohn has a question for you, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I didn't get your address.
623 and a half Lulu.
Oh, thank you. Have you worked with? You mentioned the major operating system software. Have you worked with any of the hardware, software, or firmware with ESS, Everyone Counts, or Hart InterCivic at all?
I've worked with none of that, but I've worked with so many different custom systems that were intended for governmental security. I can tell you I have a sense of the industry as a whole.
Have you been an election worker by any chance?
Yes.
Did you go into how much or what's your
I was a poll watcher briefly. I was also a civil rights commissioner for the city of Wichita and was involved in some election issues. I also served on a great many city boards and councils. And I might add that from that perspective, one of the things I've learned, with all due respect, gentlemen, is that and my experience as an instructor teaching hundreds of Wichita area business and government people, is that the people who have the least grasp of computer complexities and issues are those who are involved as public officials or as attorneys. And those are the people who are largely making these decisions.
So you said you were a poll watcher for the Election Commission
Yes.
office?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and respond to that. Again, my background is to work in the engineering world and on aircraft. We have certified instruments and systems. They don't have access to the outside world. There's no Ethernet connection to the airplane that allows someone to hack into the airplane and change the way it operates. And I liken that to this. Again, I'd like to ask the gentleman from ENS&S if he wants to confirm this, but once this equipment has been audited and tested, it is not connected in any way to someone to be able to hack it. So we've verified its accuracy and its operational, and then it's not connected to. I mean, so someone, you mentioned teenagers hack into these systems. There's no way to do that. There's not a wire or a wireless connection that does that. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is proprietary software. This is not internet-based, so no one can hook into all of the equipment at one time and spread a virus or anything like that. Each machine is a standalone computer at that moment in time in each precinct. each one of those pieces of equipment are tested before each election. So there is no virus, there's no way for someone from the outside world to get into each particular unit, each voting machine, and as they are deployed, again, they are tested. So there are many people ask this questions all the time, and this is exactly what the federal government certification boards and state certification boards ask these very same questions. There are teams of people that try to do this, try to do something to the equipment that they could influence the outcome. It is very stringent test. It is very difficult. Sometimes it can take a year to pass these tests. So I can appreciate the comments that I just heard. I agree with that in some areas of today's society, but in this particular equipment, they're standalone units.
Can you please confirm for me once again that these machines have been and continue to be audited before elections, tested before elections, and audited in their actual operation after the elections? In other words, to actually look at real results, and that those audits have happened, and they've passed that audit scrutiny. Is that correct?
That is true. Each jurisdiction, and you do a wonderful job here, before every election, each piece of equipment is tested. And then there is a sample election put through that equipment. And both the machine count and a hand count need to match. And once they do, we feel like we have very good safeguards in place. That is again zeroed at that point, and then the equipment is sealed until the poll is opened on election day. There is no way to tamper in between the time of the start of that testing, the accuracy of that test, the zeroing of equipment, and prior to opening of the polls. That equipment is locked up and sealed.
But even after the election's been done, there have been audits done to verify once again that the ballots match the results of the machine's tally.
This happens all the time across the United States. Okay. Yes.
So again, we have no data to cause us to have concern necessarily about that aspect. We have confidence these equipment's doing exactly what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, and I would tell you this has been tested so many times, so many jurisdictions, so often. You hear about recounts all the time. I'm not sure you could find recently a recount that has flipped, has changed, anything material to that. I think you would find comfort and satisfaction in what you would, if you did research on that.
All right. Well, thank you for your
You're welcome.
Explanations. Is there anybody else from the audience that wants to speak to this agenda item? Sir, you've already said what you need to say. Commissioner Ranzau?
Yeah, I just want to clarify with Ms. Clarkson. I've been reading this that you've been given this, and I want to make sure what your assertion is so that when I go think about this. You're saying there's an anomaly that exists between paper versus electronic.
Yes.
It happens all over the country. Sometimes it's Democrat, sometimes it's Republican biased. Is it only in urban areas?
Please come to the podium for your answers.
You ask if it's only in urban areas?
Or cities, large cities.
I do not know. What the data shows is that the larger the voting unit, the number of people who are come together in a group as a precinct or a ward, how those are counted together, the larger that is, with electronic machinery, the more likely you are to see this anomaly occur.
Well, I asked that question just so I can understand, because you have a graph here that compares Wichita with surrounding areas, and
yes.
Surrounding areas appear to have the line that you would expect.
Yes.
Even on electronic machines.
Yes.
Okay. And anyway, but then go on. So you have this anomaly that could be explained by tampering or fraud or
yes.
something. It could.
It's what we would expect to see if tampering were occurring.
But it could have a number of other ones.
I cannot think of another reason that would occur, but I cannot eliminate that possibility.
I mean, because that's what you've said in here.
Yes.
Okay. But the only way to eliminate the possibility of fraud then would be to count the ballots or have some auditing processes.
Yes.
So if we had
Actually, that doesn't eliminate fraud, but it would allow you to determine that fraud has occurred. You can never prove a negative,
okay.
so you can't prove that that didn't happen, but you can prove that it did happen with auditing procedures.
Auditing.
And if you could review the software, which is proprietary and we're not allowed to see.
But if we had auditing procedures in place that you would like, then this issue would or would not.
We would determine whether or not the anomaly was due to a problem with the machines and a miscount, or whether the anomaly was due to some other thing that is not associated with the machines and a miscount. That's assuming we had an accurate paper trail, which the new machinery would provide.
Okay, but if we had those conditions in place, would you be here telling us not to adopt one of these then, or would?
I think that the ES&S system that's being proposed is much, much, much superior to what we have now.
But it's the lack of auditing that really still leaves the door open.
The lack of auditing leaves the door
uncertainty.
open and uncertainty, and without that, we're not going to be able to know that our results are accurate.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
But even having said that, you said you can never prove it didn't happen. So even if we did the audit, you're not necessarily satisfied.
Well, our current machines have other issues. There are certain types of fraud that could occur that would not be detectable. That would not be the case with the full paper trail system that you've got now if you would have an audit.
All right. Is there anybody else from the audience who wants to speak to the agenda item? All right. We're going to bring it back to the bench here. Commissioners, any other comments or questions? Do we have a motion or a second yet? Okay. Commissioner Peterjohn?
I'd be interested in if the election commissioner who is here, if she'd like to make any comments in light of our previous discussion and the comments and questions from both the public and everyone who's participated up to this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Commissioners. Or I guess it's now afternoon. Tabitha Lehman, Sedgwick County Election Commissioner. I had some questions from individuals and I believe from some of you on why we selected this particular vendor versus another, so I have some bullet points. I did want to clarify a couple of things that I heard you all ask that I thought, or statements that were made that I thought might need to be clarified. One is, Chairman Howell, you made a statement about when a ballot is read through the tabulator that you can see the totals go up. I would like to clarify and state very clearly it is only the total of ballots counted, not the votes, because that is illegal for us to release until after 7 p.m. on Election Day. I wanted to just make that state
for
that
the clarity,
for the record.
And that's exactly what I meant. But I'm glad
I
you
know that's
clarified
what you meant, but I wanted to make sure it was clarified. The other one was, I believe, Commissioner Peterjohn, you had a question about how we could keep, I think you were referencing when we take an image of the ballots, how we would keep that private. Those images are actually randomized, so when we pull a report, it will have everything that's read through that machine, but it's randomized, so they're not in any particular order, and that's how that is kept private. And that is industry-wide. That's not specific to ES&S. That's any of these vendors that have a similar product. With those things kind of being clarified, just wanted to kind of talk through, I was asked, specifically after getting it down to the last two, why we made the selection we did. I first want to clarify that I don't want to stand up here and bash any of these companies. I think people work very hard, and that is not my purpose in doing this, but I do feel that I should explain to you why we've made the choice or recommendation that we have. So my desire being here is certainly not to make anybody look bad or make their systems look bad. It's just what we're looking at is what works for Sedgwick County. The first thing that we notice with some of this is programming on our side, some of it's voter on the other side. With the Henry Adkins Unison system, there are actually 9 programming modules that we would have to be working in, and that's very cumbersome and is actually a step back from what we're used to using now, so that was a concern to us. There are very limited font types and sizes that we can use, which would then mean we don't have control over even some of our ballot questions that are submitted to us. I have concerns over being able to actually make them look like the city submitted it to us. A pretty big one, actually a very big one, was that the ballot style codes for Unison are only numeric. In Sedgwick County, we do our ballot styles as our precinct numbers, which makes it much easier for people to do correlation between results and precincts. In this case, we would not be able to use our precinct names as ballot styles because we could not use alphanumeric numbers. That was a pretty big stumble for us. Then we did have some very real concerns about ADA issues. There's no Braille on the Unison system anywhere. The instructions are pretty cumbersome, and that was feedback we received from the ADA community. No, with the Unison system, there is no way for a visually impaired person to confirm that that printed ballot is what they said. ES&S was the only vendor across the nation, or who responded to our RFP, that had a way for someone with a visual impairment. So you're sitting at, what we're doing, sorry, I'm going to digress a little bit. We are moving away from having DREs, which is a direct recording device, what we have now, to a system where we're using an electronic ballot marking device. I think it's kind of been established, but just clarifying. Print out a paper ballot that the voter can verify, and it's taken to a separate tabulator. If you have someone with a visual impairment, if they have headphones on, it reads it to them, they can select their ballot, and then it prints it. How do they know that it printed what they selected? ES&S was the only vendor who would allow them to, at that machine or any other machine at the poll site, stick that ballot back in, it pulls it back up and reads it back to them verbally so that they can confirm that it printed what they selected. Then it can be taken over to the tabulator for tabulation. That was a big deal for me since my nephew is blind, and that matters to me. And it matters anyway, but I actually have discussed this issue with him and what he wants in his machines, and he does not live in Kansas, so I don't get it. Anyway, that's totally not on subject. We had some concerns about power. With our current system, we can plug power cords into each other on the machine so that we can use a power strip in one outlet versus having to have an outlet for every machine. These machines, you can't do that, and some of the machines require 2 outlets per one machine. We were very much concerned about that with having enough outlets at our polling locations with the number of machines we would need to have. There also, in the Unison system, is no internal battery, which means if the power goes down, we're just down. So having to have a backup power supply at every single polling location was cumbersome. Those universal power supplies only have a shelf life of so long, so we'd be constantly having to replace batteries in the battery, and it just became a logistical nightmare. At the time of the response to the RFP, Unison would only provide us with results in a PDF. So the way we have our results on our website now would go away. We would just be posting a PDF document of our results, and I felt that was a significant step backwards. They are developing a solution, but it would be an additional cost and purchase of additional software is my understanding. Getting to scanning our ballots that come through by mail, we have a significant number of people who vote by mail and on paper ballot. The solutions from everybody except for ES&S were literally desktop scanners that you could go and just buy anywhere. And they did not have the throughput and the speed that we were looking for. There was also an issue with each of the vendors, not just Unison, but that use a desktop scanner. It is scanning them and transmitting that to a computer, and that was some concern to me, but we'll leave that one out of it for the moment. But it's scanning it, and then but the software has to catch up to it. So by the time it stops, you have to count down and pull the ballot that had a problem and didn't scan in. And that's, in my opinion, a very real room for error for the wrong ballot to be pulled and tabulated twice, or something. We don't want to have that. The ES&S system actually sorts it into separate bins, what's been counted, what wasn't counted, and it doesn't rely on us to do that. And having to have the desktop scanners would actually mean we have to buy more of them, have to have more staff to operate them, that sort of thing. One of the major issues was just the talking about a small company versus a larger company. This combined RFP between the 4 counties is over 800,000 registered voters. Looking at the support that was going to be available to us for implementation and throughout the life of the equipment, that was a big thing. We also had put in our request for tiered pricing, and of the 2 finalists, ES&S was the only one who offered us an actual tiered pricing. So what that means is what we are being presented with right now is full price, but we already know, because Shawnee County has already purchased this, that when we purchase, we will actually be in the next tier of pricing. So it will actually be less than what you're actually voting on here, but because of how the RFP process works, that's how it's presented here, is my understanding from purchasing. But so we already know we're going to have more cost savings than are even presented here because we have that tiered system. But then if any other county in the state decides to purchase off of this contract, we will continue to see cost savings. We will continue to get rebates from the vendor as we get pushed into the next tier. That was a big deal. That was one of the one of the major reasons of combining our buying power with the 4 counties. And then the other thing is you, Commissioner Howell, you brought up touchscreens, and one of the things I just want to mention is because we are continuing to see that be an issue, even for this year, we have purchased and are installing on every touchscreen an actual stylus, and voters are going to be instructed to use the stylus to vote on the voting machines instead of fingers. The election workers are going to be instructed to use the stylus to cut down on election workers recalibrating a screen. And, if you've got hand shaking like mine is, because I'm nervous, or you have a long fingernail and you punch it wrong, if we use a stylus to do that, then we cut down on those issues. But those stylus will then also just be transferred and used on the new equipment as well. We're just trying to cut down on any of those issues that we might have. So those were our main reasons for ending up at the decision that we did. I think I touched on all of them.
Please talk about the public response, how they graded these equipment, the points and the spread, please.
Okay, and that was another thing I wanted to clarify. I think when you and Ms. Clarkson were discussing that, you were actually talking about 2 different things. Ms. Clarkson was discussing how we rated the RFP responses, and you were discussing the public demonstration and the. So you were talking about, you were both right, but you're both talking about 2 different things. So, in our public demonstration, we gave out a questionnaire. We asked people to rate 1 through 5, 1 being, or I think 0 to 5 actually is what we did. 5 being excellent. We asked them to rate the ease of use, accuracy, and accessibility, vendor presentation, and then overall impression of the equipment. So because we had 130 attendees of the demonstration, but only 94 left us feedback, we had a possible total score of 2,350. Of that, ES&S received 2,035, and Henry Atkins received 1,323. So there was a very definitive recommendation from the public. There were some very definitive opinions from the ADA community. Some of that is reflected in what I've stated before. We did receive some actually incredibly valuable feedback from the ADA community. One of their complaints with any of the systems was that when they went to the separate tabulator and ran their ballot through, it gave them no audible signal that ballot had been counted. And so we have addressed that with ES&S, and they are actually writing into our contract an agreement to have that in place. They're going to do their best to have it in place by the 2018 election, so that when someone with an ADA ballot can actually hear feedback from it. It says really pretty on the screen, thank you for voting, for a visual voter, but somebody with a visual impairment cannot see that. So that was very valuable feedback that we received from the public, and that will not just benefit our voters, or will benefit anybody from this point forward who buys the system, because that will be in place. So that was very, very helpful from that demonstration.
Good. Commissioners, any other comments or questions for the Commissioner? Election Commissioner? All right, well, thank you for your explanations. Any other comments or questions from Commissioners on any parts of this RFP? I do want to just give a couple more comments, and that is, I'm the newest Commissioner here on the County Commission, and Commissioner Lehman, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but around between 30 to 40% of the election now is done by mail ballot, and there's mail ballots that have already been mailed out for this current election, I believe. That would probably happen yesterday, I assume.
Ballots went out today for the primary election, and we actually have low amounts of those that went out today compared to what we've seen in the last primaries. We only sent out about, I think, around 5,700 today. But yes, we have a large amount of people who vote by mail. Part of that is because in the general elections, our office proactively sends out a completed advanced application to every registered voter. All they have to do is sign it, put their ID on it, and send it back to us, and we actively push that.
On the mail ballots, actually on the paper ballots, I have some questions for you.
Yes.
How much do they cost to print?
In county, it costs around 33 cents a ballot to print
per
those.
Sheet of paper?
Per ballot,
okay.
Yes.
And how many ballot cells do we have approximately?
For the primary, we have 630 approximately.
So 630 different
ballots,
which means it depends on where you go, you get a different ballot because of your jurisdictions that you represent. Okay. And again, we know how many registered voters we have, but in relevant to that number, how many ballot cells, how many do you actually have to print to be ready for the election?
For the primary, because we don't expect as high as turnout, we'll be printing around somewhere between 80,000 paper ballots.
I'm sorry, percentage-wise. So say we, okay.
We don't do it based on percentage. What we do is we look at the races. We look at hot spots where we think we're going to have higher turnout. We print more ballots for those areas. We sit down and we go through candidates. We go through, in this case, we have that court injunction that may lead to more provisional ballots. We've gone through and targeted those areas, printed more paper ballots, provide more supplies. So I don't do it based on percentage. I'm actively looking at many components to decide how many ballots.
So logistically, you have to print more, you have to store more, you have to transport more to the right locations. Then after the election, the ones that are not used have to be shredded, I understand?
Correct, yes. The blank ballots, very clearly on the record, no voted ballots.
Did you say there was some large jurisdiction that did a paper-only ballot a while back?
The state of California is paper-only except for ADA, at least the county of LA. And they've been in the news a lot because it took them 30 days to get their vote totals, even with machines counting those ballots.
Okay. And we typically like to see results in the 10 o'clock news.
If I don't have results by 10 o'clock news, people actually yell at me.
All right. That's all my questions for you right at the moment.
Lots of them.
I do want to make some other comments. I agree that we want to have confidence in our elections, and I think this entire discussion about this data, it casts doubt in our processes, and I think that's unfortunate because I think we have a very good system. We'll never be exonerated because you can never prove, as Ms. Clarkson said, you can never prove the negative. So we're always going to be left with some doubt on whether everything's working as it should. That's unfortunate because I think we have a very good system in terms of we have bipartisan staff. We have an open and transparent process that the public can witness. Anybody who wants to work the polls, we encourage them to work the polls, to see it firsthand exactly how this is done. There's a lot of security built into our system. We have to know exactly where everything is at all times. We've got cross checks in place. We would love to do the audit. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to by state law. We'd like to see that changed. I am not a fan of commercial off-the-shelf equipment versus the proprietary equipment because I think it leaves us vulnerable in terms of we have to constantly be changing what we use because the vendors that would sell commercial off-the-shelf equipment don't have any guarantee they're going to continue to carry that product, and we'll need to have long-term equipment in place. And so this contract's for, I believe we saw 10 years is our plan, and so at least 10 years from now we'll have a consistent equipment we can depend on, and nothing lasts forever, but at least we have a 10-year window, whereas if you use off-the-shelf equipment, you're not guaranteed anything. It could change next year. And so you're always constantly trying to catch up with the changing technology of vendors who sell commercial off-the-shelf equipment, which is why in the airplane world, where I come from, I don't want to use COTS. COTS is a vulnerability, and I want my processes to be stable. And so I like to use more expensive, potentially, but more dedicated and equipment that we know is going to be around for a very long time. When you build an airplane and you select a piece of equipment, you want to know that it's going to be there as long as that airplane is going to be in service. Okay? Sometimes we buy stuff that needs to be in service for 50 years. And that technology around it might change, but we have to know that equipment's going to be available as long as I have that airplane. And that's the same thing here. I want to know this equipment's going to be here and stable for a very long time. And so commercial off-the-shelf equipment, in my opinion, is a bad choice, as the Adkins equipment uses some of that. I understand our RFP was for 4 counties. In fact, I believe, as I've talked to some people at the election office, that this RFP has been held up as a standard on how to do this. I mean, we actually, Mr. Thomas, do you want to speak to that about the standard? Our RFP is done very, very well. A lot of work went into that.
Yes, it did. And I want to commend not only Tabitha Lehman and her office, but also Kim Evans, who was our buyer who worked on the RFP. I believe they had sent this to the election assistants for review, and the reviews came back that it was one of the best they had seen in the nation. Is that the comments they made? Something very similar to that. So we were very proud of that, very proud of the work that was done by all those involved.
So as other cities and counties begin to think about buying equipment, they might be given that language as a template to follow,
yes, sir.
So to speak. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And how long have we been working on replacing this equipment? It's been a discussion for a long time.
This is why I didn't go very far. We have, I started raising my concerns about our current fleet after 2012 and just realizing we were getting to end of life, asked the county to begin setting aside funds for that, started looking at the options that were available. So we've really been working on this since really the end of 2012, sometime in 2013.
So it's about a 6-year process to go from the initial discussions to actually having the stuff in the field being utilized. It's about a 6-year.
4.
Well, 12 to
to
18.
We are rolling this out next year,
In
not in
17,
18.
okay.
Yes.
So, okay, roughly I'll say 5
our
years.
choice to roll this out in 17 was based on when you're rolling out countywide brand new stuff to all the election workers, all the voters at the same time. We would much rather find our hiccups and bumps in a small turnout election than in a large one.
And it's always been our intent to use something to replace the electronic equipment. I mean, we've never really seriously thought about using paper only, have we?
No, quite frankly, it's just not something of the size of our jurisdiction that I could imagine us doing. I would mention that, I had this great thought and I think it ran away. I guess I won't mention it. I apologize.
Let me just talk about the paper ballots for just a minute, and I don't know that it needs you up here necessarily, but let me just talk about that. Again, my eyes have been opened. Again, I'm the newest commissioner on the bench here, and one of our responsibilities is to do canvassing, so we get a chance to actually look at the paper ballots where voter intent's not clear. I hope I said that correct. As long as the processes can determine voter intent and there's no questions, those ballots are tallied up and they're not presented to commissioners. But when voter intent's not clear, then canvassers like us, we've got to go and actually inspect these ballots. And we don't know who cast the ballots. That's not the point. We are looking at the ballots. We're actually looking at some of the entire process, of course, is they come in, there's a signature on the envelope for the mail ballots. Again, between 30 to 40% of our elections are done now through the mail, been done through the mail. We have to inspect the signature to make sure that the signatures match the record of that voter. That's the first step, and then once that's been verified, then the ballots are separated in a way to keep the anonymity of the voter. The ballots are separated from the envelopes, and then the ballots are inspected further. As long as there's no questions, that's fine. But if there's other questions, and there may be additional need for canvassers to look at those ballots at that point. Let me just say, my eyes have been opened. I'm concerned about the entire process of paper ballots because as I've looked at these, there's been so many discrepancies. And again, this is open to public inspection. If you guys want to watch us canvass, come on out and see what happens. There are stacks and stacks and stacks of the paper process that we've got to subjectively vote as a commission. Some of these things we get a 5-0. All 5 commissioners agree this is what the voter intended. Other times it's split, 4-1, 2-3, 3-2. All kinds of subjective opinion about what the voter intended. And that's unfortunate because I would like to have a discrete process where no person actually has to sit there and determine what the voter intended. I don't want people to be involved in that decision making. Remember the Florida Hanging Chad's presidential election, how they ended up in the courts. That's not a good system. We want a system that's discrete, that's absolutely clear what the voters are intending, and we do not have that with paper because. Let me talk about some of the things, and I showed this to Ms. Clarkson when she was over at the demonstration. I showed her some. We talked about some example ballots. You know, do I like ice cream or do I like birthday cake? You know, you can pick your selections, and I showed her some of the types of things I've seen on some of these canvassing things. Again, we have there's no way to actually show real ballots because again those are controlled by state law. But we have example ballots, and I have some in front of me. I'll be glad to show people who wants to see my example ballots. Again, my favorite local attraction is Exploration Place, Botanica, Lake Afton, Sedgwick County Park, and on it goes. And you get to pick one of the above. And I can show people on my example ballot the types of silly things we see. There's stray marks. There's people who vote to the right of the question, people who double vote, people who put check marks on one and then fill in the circle on the next one. It is a hodgepodge of crazy response. If people would be able to follow the directions and accurately fill out the bubbles and stuff, that might be a great process. But I'm just going to calculate. I looked at 2 elections, and I don't know which ones these are from, but I pulled the results from 2 elections. One has 9,282 total ballots received in this election, and this is a June the 9th of 2015. Of those, 12.7% were rejected.
That would be the May's mail bond election.
Okay, so that's a fully mail ballot election. Now, let's say someone goes to the poll site and they fill out a paper ballot. No poll worker is going to look at that ballot. It's private. And someone fills it out some of the same mistakes we see at the canvassing, and they put that into the M1000. It's read by a machine. There's no way to know whether that person put a check mark to the right of a race. Now this new equipment, I guess it has some of those check things and stuff are built into it, so it starts to kick those ballots out. We can begin to inspect those ballots that have questions, but with paper ballots, there's a lot of things that I predict at the poll site. No one will ever even see those errors because the machine read it in and that's it. But the ones that come through the mail, I can tell you, this election 12.7% were rejected, and this election 4,687 ballots, 376 were rejected. This is the City General 2015, 4/7/2015. I don't know what this election is, but again, of this 8% were rejected. So let's just say an average of 10% of these ballots are rejected that come through the mail. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to clarify, particularly since we are fixing to have an election using this equipment that we currently have in 20 days. If you fill in too many ovals on your ballot at the polling place and you read it through the machine will kick it back and say you made a mistake here. By Kansas law, you can be given up to 3 ballots to correct that. Obviously, each one previous to that is voided, but I don't want people thinking that our current equipment is not. If they write over here, it's not going to see that. But if they fill in too many ovals, if they make marks through the ovals, it's going to pick that up.
So if they overvote, it's rejected, and given back to the person for
yes, for the voter to fix
Let's
the
say they leave
defect.
a race blank. What happens then? It
Unless,
accepts it.
yeah, well, that's what happens with everything now. You are not required by law to vote on every race.
Sure, absolutely. But I guess my point is, I've seen people where they'll fill in a oval on one race and they'll put a check mark to the right of the next race.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do that.
Yeah.
And maybe by looking at the ballot, we can determine voter intent, but those machines are discrete machines. They don't have the subjectivity that people have. And it's great if we can determine voter intent. That's fantastic. But I can tell you there's a lot of these ballots where we can't determine voter intent because they'll put a dot between 2 names. What do you do then? It happens. The reality is the machines are discrete machines. They are the process boxes. They do exactly what they're designed to do and nothing more. And by taking human beings out of the process, in my opinion, you have a much better election. And so to use paper only would be very expensive. It'd be very, very complex. And I think you're introducing a tremendous amount of human error into the system. The more we can do this with verified machines that we know have been audited and again, I'd like to fix the audit options, state level. I think we need to do that, and hopefully we'll get that done. To me, I would like to give people assurance and confidence that the processes we're using are fantastic. But just because people have the option to use paper, in my opinion, does not necessarily solve all the problems. I think you're introducing a whole other set of problems. And again, we've seen it in canvassing. Canvassing is full of subjectivity, and that's unfortunate. Trying to determine voter intent requires commissioners to actually inspect those ballots and actually vote. What about we look at the signatures on the envelopes. Again, I'm getting back to the mail ballot thing, but signatures, if they don't verify the signatures match, then they're rejected. The signatures need to match. Sometimes people sign the wrong line. Sometimes they might sign for a member of their family, and the signatures don't match. And so it's unfortunate those things happen, but it happens a lot. And so overall, roughly 10% of these 2 elections I'm looking at right now have that type of problem. What about, we have name changes. We've been very gracious, I think, to accept anything that seems like we can determine voter intent. We've been very gracious, trying to accept as many things as possible. There's some things we just absolutely can't accept. But for example, if there's a name change on the envelope, well, certainly I think we accept that idea. Discrepancies, I've seen someone who signed their name, they changed their name to a shortened version of their name. We've been very gracious to that, things like that. But unfortunately, again, it requires a lot of subjectivity in that process. And I think when you have a total paper system, number one, you're going to take 30 days to get through the process of tallying that up. And you have so much human error, potential human error. I don't know that I would have very much confidence in the results. And that's not a system I think I want to put my confidence behind that idea. If you don't mind, I'd like to go on. We need to vote. This has been a 4-hour meeting at this point. I'd like to just move on. I'd like to talk to you afterwards. Okay? I appreciate your comments, but we've talked a lot today, and I think we're all getting really tired. Let me go to Commissioner Peter John. Commissioner.
Thank you, Election Commissioner Lehman. I'd like you to. This has been a long meeting, and I agree with a lot of the frustrations the chairman expressed concerning the canvas, but it is open and available to the public. You can watch us going through the process. Have done it a number of times, and it seems it's getting more difficult as the percentage of people taking advantage of
Sewing programs on KPTS are made possible by A1 Singer Sewing Center, with 4 decades of experience in full machine service, sewing notions, and specialty threads. A1 Singer Sewing Center.
Tux and texture for surface design without bulk, today on It's So Easy. It's So Easy has been made possible in part by Brother International Corporation, a supplier of innovative sewing, embroidery, quilting, and serging machines. Brother at your side, brother-usa.com. Havel Sewing,